get it?
Oh, I brought honey too, so we just need to bring your coffee.
Find the way it's supposed to be.
This is nice. So we can spread our papers out too.
Good morning.
How are you, Mr. Bauer?
I'm
Robert?
I'm still asleep.
Oh, gosh, man.
Ask him the township delivers.
No. Where? Maybe
Yeah,
turn
a
the
little,
heat up.
little cool this morning
Maybe turn the heat up.
on that inside.
Oh, heavens no, why would you do that?
Inside should be good temperature for me. All the sunshine yesterday. I don't know, is it cold in here? I can't tell. I just didn't take my coat off and walking out to the vehicle.
More frost tomorrow morning too.
What's tomorrow morning?
Just. No, I mean, it's just gonna be more frost.
Oh. But yet they were talking about us getting up into the 80s maybe next week. Oh, that's next week. Okay. Making you guys is the snack.
That's fine. If it's here, then. Just get heated off.
Honey for your coffee?
No, I do not. I appreciate the offer.
Have you ever had it that way? In your coffee?
So what size is that?
It's a size that it's really hard to get the jar, so it's the last one I had. So I stole it. Can you want a donut?
Sure. Eating everything.
Look at me. Oh, I didn't get napkins, so sorry, you're on your own.
Well, I
Use
won't,
your pants.
I won't recommend, I'll use your pants. I'll take one right from the top house. Thank you.
Want one? No, thanks.
Are there some?
Just had breakfast.
Yeah, please.
I don't know.
Probably.
There probably is somewhere. Thank you.
Or there's a little paper towel in
I
there.
know there are a ton of coffee cups.
Yeah, thanks to, cheerleaders. They did away with that size or whatever and donated them to the township.
Oh, even more than I was.
Right, gotta get on the meeting.
We just over.
Oh.
Yep.
You can. Dayton might have something to say about it.
Thank you, sir. Skipper.
Thank you.
They're on the house.
All right. Go ahead and get started at 7:31.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Nobody checked the Miller, Worth here, Dave,
Here.
Davis. Zelinski here.
Here. All right. So, policies and procedures. So I think start at the beginning. And then we've got something already written up to replace that, we can look at that, or we can just go through and,
Are we starting with old policies or new?
start with the old ones, because a lot of those aren't recovered by Manor.
Do a copy for.
They're online though, right?
Yeah.
I'll take a copy.
Why don't you crank out 2 or 3?
I take it.
Either donut.
Yeah, there you go. Nobody checks the door, right?
I just had breakfast,
What'd you have?
cereal with blueberries.
Has company coming?
Pardon?
Time is company coming?
I don't know yet. Well, there was a disaster yesterday. My brother ended up in the hospital, so my niece is like this, trying to figure out even now if he's gonna be coming.
I guess we can look at the Manor ones, especially the ones that we know we don't have anything for. Just, any edits that. Alright, reconciliation process,
What, under page 5?
15.
What page?
15? 15 is the first policy, right? Yeah.
Page 5 starts out of 2. Reconciliation process.
Right, but this is the actual policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I got some questions on this page.
Alright,
Step 1. Do we have a reconciling office at the end of the sentence there on step 1? And if so, where is it? I didn't know we had one. Or if we had.
That has to be deleted because we don't have, I mean, not in those words.
yeah, because it would be,
Just put a period after the word supervisor rather
Well,
than.
is it the reconciling office, like?
And then he just gives it to the clerk and or treasurer, depending on what it is, I guess. Is what it
Yeah,
basically.
but we don't have a reconciling.
I don't understand the question.
what is the
It's just
reconciling
worded in.
office?
The reconciling office is the person that has to reconcile the statements. So it's both Rose's and mine. And I mean, if you are part of that process, if you understand the process, it's quite clear what it means.
I understood that, but for somebody looking at this, they'll ask, where's the reconciling office? I think the wording needs to be changed because there is no.
It doesn't need to be changed.
No, it doesn't
It doesn't need to be changed because
I'm talking about the layman coming in and looking at this, they're gonna say, okay, it's provided to the reconciling office. Where is the reconciling office? If we put in there that it needs to just be provided to the clerk and the treasurer, that will make sense to people.
I disagree.
same.
Okay.
Because you have to understand the process again. If it's a part of the bank that's not balanced, then it comes to my office. If it's part of the general ledger not balanced, it goes to the clerk. And if anybody has any detailed questions about it, if they actually read this and ask us, I think any one of us should be able to explain that to them. That it's at the general ledger process, it is in the clerk's office.
This is just talking about statements that are not available electronically. It's not talking about general ledger or bank subs. This was just talking about statements being received at the office that are not available electronically.
As we move. In putting together policies, procedures, bylaws, laws, rules, regulations, advisements, the more specific you make it, the more troublesome it becomes. Because then you're going to be tempted to articulate every possible opportunity, every possible configuration of circumstances that comes along. And that's a fool's errand because you can never do it fully and you can never do it accurately. You can never do it completely right. If somebody doesn't understand what reconciling office is, I'd fall over if anyone from the township actually read through the policies and procedures. And B, ask somebody on the board, what does that mean? And if we don't know what that means, shame on us.
Exactly how I feel.
All right, and then there is this note at the bottom. I don't know if that is something that,
I absolutely agree with that statement. I think it is something that we absolutely need to consider and that we need to, because we are again, more than 3 months behind on the general ledger being balanced. And this is not right and incredibly frustrating. And I think we should consider having it outsourced, having a bookkeeper do it in some way. And I know Manor is willing to do it. I think we should get some quotes and get somebody that we just automatically send it to every month and get it completed correctly.
all right, all right, you want to be in charge of getting quotes for that?
I will absolutely do that.
Okay. Yeah, look at obviously like places like Manor, stuff like that,
Right.
but also just local CPAs.
Right, I know that, Colfax used to hire somebody locally and I can find out who that was to do all of theirs for them.
All right,
I have another question before we move on step 3. It says that this approval is to be documented with BSNA by the approver. Who is the approver?
So I balance, so this is how our process goes. This is how our auditor told us our process should go. When the bank statements come in, I go through the BSNA program. We've had this conversation before, but we'll go through it again. I match my process, part of that process is the bank, the money. So I make sure all deposits match, all check clearing match, that the bank statement matches just like you would balance your checkbook. That's my job. Then I hand that over to the clerk and she is to match that to the general ledger. My program will tell me that our general ledger doesn't match. And then I let the clerk know it doesn't match. And then she's to match the general ledger and fix the general ledger to match the bank statements. Or find what the problem is.
Okay,
So she's the final approval. And we are both to sign it when it is done. That has not happened since we hired an auditor 3 years ago.
So here again, we're talking about 2 people, not 1 person.
Correct.
So it should actually probably say approvers, if we're gonna be correct.
The final approval is the clerk matching the general ledger.
No, it would be singular because one person is designated to approve. You're not having 2 approvers. The clerk and
yeah, she enters the bank stuff into BSNA. She makes it match and then approves it. So she is the approver.
We have not gotten to the process yet with our BSNA training. We did not, nobody here was aware that there's a way to upload the bank statements into BSNA. So everything Rose can see that the bank statement matches and then she can finish the general ledger process. Once we get that learning ability to upload them.
All right, so,
Because they have to be provided to me first before I can go
They've
on.
been provided to you every single month.
Don't have any bank reconciliations in my box.
Rose, we went through this many a time and I started sending copies electronically so you couldn't deny getting them. You asked me not to do that anymore, but I'm more than willing to go back to that.
So you're always right, so here we go.
Well, I would say the sign on the door would be a good indication that that might be an accurate statement.
all right. So, other than scrapping this whole thing and going with an outside contractor,
Well, I
Well,
think
no,
we
it'd
need
still
to have
be-
a policy.
Right.
Very cool. Yeah, but I mean, outsource. Right.
We
So
need-
yeah, we would have to rewrite it, steps 1 and 2,
Well, I
and
think
then
Go ahead.
it would still get brought in at step 3. But that'll be a decision we make.
I was gonna say, that's until we have quotes in
Right.
and make a decision, there's nothing to change.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
We can amend it, yeah.
Okay.
And I think maybe it should be in there anyway, in case something happens where we don't have, you know, like if we hire an accounting firm and they quit while we look for a new one.
Right.
And everybody should know what this process is if we don't have it outsourced.
So basically stick with this policy, even if we do hire somebody. It's, I mean, it's still,
They're the.
step one still has to happen, because.
They're the designee and the policy, you know, they should follow our policy.
Right.
If I may.
Yep.
The process on page 3 or 73 may help.
Yeah.
With the questions that, and the good questions, but the process, we'll look at it, may help, especially in the mention about third-party providers.
Yeah.
Yep, and understanding who the approvers are. Thank you.
And honestly, I'd wonder if even with a third-party provider, everybody still needs to put eyes on it and make
I
sure
agree.
they're not screwing it up too.
Right. There are a few spots in here where we will have to make a couple things because, I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at this word. But in this chart here, it says the treasurer will receive all bank statements electronically. And that's not how the law states it should be, but if it's in BSNA, then that is an electronic form that the clerk gets. Like the clerk is not supposed to have anything to do with the actual bank. If that makes sense.
Right.
So, but they would be getting it electronically if it were uploaded into
I
BSNA.
was
So,
gonna say, yeah, based on
So
what
I
you
guess,
just said.
yeah.
Yep.
So leave that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not that what,
Should I get a copy, please? Because it's hard to find it in this book.
not that what Manor is presented as bulletproof, but I think they've been through. it before.
Yeah, I believe so. Thank you.
You guys all got copies?
All right. Cash handling process.
Question on step 2. Talking about at the end of the day, this should be done by both the treasurer and the deputy treasurer with another staff member or elected official acting as backup. Who's the backup?
We don't have a backup. Some of this stuff was written for a much larger case. Rosemary or I always go to the bank. And if we need to make somebody as a backup, we could appoint Jim or Dave or supervisor, but I don't feel we need a backup. I think that's just wording we need to change.
That's why I was asking. So is that something that we want to delete from this page?
I think just this should be done by both the treasurer and the deputy treasurer.
Or comma, if selected.
Another, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, another staff member if selected. Or elected official if selected.
I have a general procedural question. Who's gonna edit all of this and put it all together?
Anything on here, Bethany will.
Right.
Yeah, because this is still her draft report, so any changes we make or whatever, she still owes us a final report.
And who's gonna get that to her?
And then we don't have a check scanner in this next portion here. It is something that the bank is trying very hard to convince me to do, and I keep letting them know that I don't think it would pass the board because there is a monthly fee to have a scanner. And right now it's 17 cents per check that you
Whoa.
scan, I think is what they said. Maybe seven. It's quite expensive. And almost always we have cash to deposit as well. The bank is trying to figure out a way that maybe they can lower that cost for us because it saves their tellers time.
I was gonna say,
And so they're trying hard to get us to do
I
it.
mean, considering a lot of banks have, I mean, take a picture of your check and it's deposited.
Right.
I mean,
Yeah, they don't charge
the
me
check
17
scanners
cents.
The scan, well, that, right, exactly. The scanners are, I mean, I use the scanners in other jobs. And they are nice, except that they can be, they're probably more advanced than they were then.
Oh, that's true.
But they are very temperamental. But now they also have the ability to scan 2 checks at once. So it's much faster. Because I've, just depositing for lumberyard, I spent an hour just going through checks before.
Well, I would talk to the bank, and if we can get them down to 0, I'd say do it, but I agree, it's 17 cents a check is.
And a charge for the machine every month. We could buy our own machine too, but we could still end up, most days during tax time, we'd end up going to the bank anyway for cash.
This is like self-checkout at a
It is.
store, you know.
It is.
Why are you making me do your job?
Well, they offer all those free candy bars and stuff around for doing their job, right?
Everybody's trying to make their own jobs easier. That's just the way it goes.
Let's keep that line and put if available in there.
I agree.
If
My only question about step 2 is, says this should be done by both the treasurer and the deputy treasurer.
yeah.
You guys don't both come in at the end of the day to run to the bank.
No, but we do, I mean, we kind of,
It should be or,
yes, it should be.
so take out both and then change it to or.
Because, I mean, but really, most of the time,
But either.
yeah. it should
Yeah.
be. Most of the time, we check to see what's come through, in the process of,
Right.
in the filing, and everything that we do deposit in the bank is always available for the other one of us to check.
Right. But this makes it sound like you both are gonna be here,
No.
gather everything up and drive to the bank together,
Right.
and that doesn't happen.
Again, it's part of, because we're smaller, right? Most other townships have their deputies working with them.
Yeah. Full-time.
Mhm. There was one other thing in here that. Need to know that.
Well, it kind of repeats itself on step 3, the very last sentence in the first paragraph. Deputy treasurer with the treasurer acting as backup.
And, that was the other thing. We don't have a locked bank bag. I mean, if we go directly to the bank from when if I have a bunch of cash, like cleanup day, I come here, I put it in the safe. I come the next day, the bank's open, I take it right to the bank. But our bag is not locked, and I don't know if you guys want us to have a locked bag, because the states, we have a locked bag.
It would mean that because from working at the bank, it would mean that the bank also has to have keys to that
Right.
bag. And, sometimes I go to Honor versus McCann, so,
Right.
or Traverse City if I'm on my way into Traverse City.
Well, honestly, the bank has asked me that if we're doing anything like changing accounts or doing anything, because our account was officially opened at Honor, so they are officially our care people. We could ask for them to be changed, but they don't really like to do that.
So they're saying we should be banking with other.
They're not saying we have to make deposits with them, but if we have things like wanting to change signers, if we have any questions, any problems, we should be going to Honor at that time.
Well, that's like their main branch too, right?
Yeah, but also Lake Ann was not open.
Right.
That wasn't even here when we opened our account. So every place is assigned like your guidance person,
Yeah,
whatever.
like, I mean, I opened my accounts at the Interlochen Traverse Catholic, but 90% of anything other than, just deposits and stuff like that, I gotta go to Traverse City
Right.
because they
It's
don't
the
have
same.
it here.
Some of
So-
our stuff we
probably
have to
the
go
same
to
thing.
Honor to get done.
Can you take out lock?
I mean, unless you guys want us to get a locked box, I mean, that's totally your call.
Where are we?
Make you feel safer? I don't know that's.
Right, if
really
somebody's gonna steal the
necessary.
bag, they're gonna cut it open.
Yeah.
They're gonna,
We'll just,
take out locked.
or maybe just leave it in there.
And what about the last
Say-
sentence?
The way I read it is the treasurer, it should be done by the deputy treasurer with the treasurer acting as a backup, they're not doing it together.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't see the issue.
I think, go back to step 2, to the check scanner and put if available on there, that way it's in the policy, but if we have a scanner available, then we'd use it, but if we don't, till such time, then.
Pointing.
For the check scanner, it says
Oh, yeah.
checks should be scanned if available.
Images from the scanned checks are also retained in BSA. It's a statement of fact. It doesn't mean that we have to have
Right.
one. And again, I think it's try to
Right, put this in everywhere.
put every sentence into the way we're doing things now. It doesn't allow for logical wiggle room. We're gonna be here until Friday
Yep.
and still
Yeah.
not done.
Yeah, and I mean, it says using a check scanner obtained from the township's financial institution. Well, they scan them when you get there,
Right, they do.
so they are scanned. They're just not.
So, yeah, we'll just leave that
necessarily in our
then.
office.
Yep.
Basically, the language covers or took us if we ever get one. Doesn't mean that we have to get one.
Right, we're just gonna take out locked, because. Here. So this last sentence that says this should be done by the deputy treasurer, that is applying that if I go to the bank, the deputy treasurer will be the one who comes in. So when we get back from the bank right now, we do clear out the cash receipting that we deposited and attach that deposit slip to the paperwork like this says. But I do my own and Rosemary does her own typically. We don't do each other's because we're not here at the same time to do that.
Right. I mean, it's basically just putting the primary on her and you as the backup.
So just leave it,
So
okay.
just leave it and keep doing it the way you guys are.
Okay.
That way It's
I just want you guys to understand how we're doing it
right.
too.
And again, in the future, if we find that one of these things really doesn't fit the way we're doing it and is and or contrary to changing statutes, we change the policy.
Yeah.
So on the first line, it says that you, Teresa, you have to go to the bank, but so that. do you
Right.
want- You want that to say either or.
Well, like they said, it really doesn't matter. And yeah. Because you can be my backup, so you are my backup. I usually do it if I can, you're the backup.
All right. ACH EFT policy.
Now, have we gone back to using our own checks rather than using ACH? Because I was thinking our last check came through.
Oh, as far as payroll, yeah, but there is still a way to do ACH through BSNA.
Okay. But my next question is probably gonna be shut down, but I'm gonna ask it anyway. Under the definitions, automated clearinghouse or ACH means a national or governmental organization that has no authority to process electronic payments. So I'm wondering, why do we even use them if there's no authority?
They have no authority on their own. They have authority once we give it to them.
It's through the bank.
Okay, so we give them authority through the bank.
Right.
See, it doesn't say that on here.
It doesn't need to.
Well, here again, Jim, I'm coming from the average public person that picks this up and will read it and say,
Well, if you,
okay, so where does this, if they have no authority, who gives them the authority?
well, it tells you right here, an ACH policy means the procedures and internal controls as determined under this written policy developed and adopted by the township treasurer. So that is giving them authority. When we sign something that allows them to do that, then that's their authority. And again, it's just, everything we do here is not gonna be understandable by the public unless they come and ask us questions. So we can't make this readable to the public unless we want a humongous manual for them to read.
It's already a humongous manual.
Well, exactly.
So with the oversight authority, as of yet, we have not adopted a resolution to authorize electronic transactions, correct?
This says the treasurer may enter into an ACH EFT agreement, and we have those. We already have, we don't have an official policy, but we send our federal tax payment by ACH. And we get, so I think that so when we have a contract or an agreement with Allpaid as well, which is a credit card company, we allow people to pay their taxes on, which I'm also in the process of possibly changing that. But that allows people to make electronic fund transfers. They pay to an outside company, that company transfers money to us, and it goes directly into our bank. So yes, we are already in both of those agreements. We have been for years and years and
The
years.
state sends us money that way as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we don't have an adopted resolution per se. Even though we've given them authority to do that, we don't have a policy.
I don't know that it's in the old policy because I think the old policy was written long before those things were really readily used. And so, no, we probably don't have an official policy. That's why we're doing this. And this, where they say the fund transfers are presented to the board for approval, we do that in a lump sum of the consent agenda as well.
And if you read oversight authority, that's, I mean, by adopting this policy, we've done what we need to. Under Public Act 738 of 2000, he needs to find out what year it is. Just caught that.
Yeah, well, and then this other paragraph under the internal controls where it says the clerk or deputy clerk shall initiate the transaction through the bank website. That is inaccurate. That can't happen. Because their clerks aren't supposed to have any access to banks, the actual bank. We basically, I mean, in the next line, it just needs to be reworded because we do get the paperwork from the clerk of how much to transfer. So the bank is initiating that process, but not at the bank.
So that's how I initiate it. I print the ACH out and I get it out. And then she,
So cross out through the bank website?
Yes, just through the bank site would be fine.
Yeah.
I don't get it via email though, but that can change. We should probably do it via email. And the other, and that might be something we learned too. We don't include, well, I guess
All right, so I'm just gonna ever change it to the clerk or deputy clerk shall initiate the transaction by an email requesting approval will be sent to the treasurer, deputy treasurer, in the treasurer's absence via.
that should just.
We just take out.
Will be sent to the treasurer,
Yeah.
that treasurer period. The rest.
Yeah. The rest of it is how we do it, right?
Yes.
This is how we do it.
Mhm.
Does the clerk then keep all the electronic documentation?
Because currently we do. But that's fine. If it's filed and kept by the clerk, I'm okay with that. As soon as we do it, we can turn it over to them as long as it's available to us to review.
or you can just, because you print it off, right? From the bank after you do it, you can just scan it right into that exact transaction.
No, we go right to the, I go right to the federal website to make the transfer electronically through them, but
You just up in the bank, don't you?
I print out the transfer from the
Transfer, okay.
general fund to the trust account. The only account, so the way that we do all of our electronic transfers, other than when payments come in from all paid, everything else goes through our trust account so that nobody has access to our main account. Because we don't want them to have the ability to take all of our money in a mistake, right? So and then when we initiate a payment, I take that exact amount and I transfer it from the general fund to the trust account where they can take it from. And then I staple all that paperwork together. I have it all filed. This says it should be the clerk who keeps that. I'm willing to turn it over as long as I know that I can have access. Those are all locked up from me.
Might as well keep it the way it is. If it's going smoothly, I can-
Yeah, I mean,
So we can leave it like that, because if she ever asks, I can give it to her.
Now that we know that we can, how we're learning how to attach these things into PSNA, it
it would be there
would be
for
there.
whoever to review it, but as far as moving more files,
Yeah, I don't know that transaction takes place at all in anything in BSNA, but it might. I mean, we can ask them. We can come back to that if we need to.
where am I not seeing that anywhere?
I'm sorry.
Where it says that it'll be held by the clerk.
Yeah, it's right here, right above this oversight authority.
Oh, above the oversight. Okay.
And this is just a technicality question for me, because this next question, or this next part says that the Inland Township Treasurer has presented a written ACH policy to the Township Board. And I'm more than willing to write that, but I was told that that is not I am never to do that. I tried to do that in the past and I was shot right down at the board, and I was told that that is all done by the clerk, former board.
Well, done.
For you.
To hell with history. Go with.
Well, that's why I'm asking,
Yeah.
if I should be writing it.
Yes,
I'll
if
do that too.
that's Maynard's recommendation, I'm going with them.
What's the other, which paragraph?
Right under oversight authority, the first paragraph.
It makes more sense, the treasurer does it.
Unless the township board has adopted a resolution to authorize the transactions, the treasurer has presented a written policy to the township board.
But this is that policy, right?
Yes,
Right.
we don't have a resolution. That has to be,
Right, we have to do a resolution
which
for,
goes through, we need sometimes the assistance of the attorney for doing some of these resolutions.
So I guess that's my question. This resolution that we need to do, is that if I'm going to do that work with the attorney, or
Yeah.
you are going to do that?
Well, I think the township board, which would be adopted the resolution, but doesn't say that you have to write the
I don't
policy.
think it needs an attorney, I think this would.
yeah,
Under PA 738 and
Okay.
Act 30, probably Act 34, not Act .34. But we do need to find out.
Right.
738 is of probably 2001, is my guess, but
Yeah.
she doesn't.
Try to imagine.
well, it's 2002 up here.
Oh,
Probably.
Probably 38.
Yeah.
Oh,
738
it
of
is right here.
2002.
Oh, okay.
So this-
So that's a 2.
Do instead of a question mark.
And then, yeah, so do we, I think from what I'm reading is basically everybody that we do ACH with, we need a resolution saying, yes, we're doing
Okay,
ACH with this company. So, and it can be a,
Except the federal government.
resolution and then for everybody we do ACH with, delete that name and put in the next one. And
okay. So we currently just do one, unless we're gonna go back to ADP, which I strongly suggest. we
yeah,
don't.
no, I think we're done with that.
But there's a nightmare there.
Tried it, failed. We're good. All right, credit card policy.
jumped out off the page to me is under policies, procedures, fourth bullet point, credit card limit shall not exceed $30,000. I think that's
Way too high, in my opinion.
just saying.
Well, that's a good thing that we need to set, because I have a meeting online meeting with the credit card company tomorrow. And they asked me what I want our credit limit to be, and I told them 50, because I didn't want us ever to go away to a conference and have our card shut down again. That was my thinking, but there is a policy which by law that states you can't have a credit card limit greater than a certain percentage of your total assets, which $50,000 is. I mean, we could do $250,000 with that, but I'm fine with lowering it. I just had no idea what number to give.
I think our current credit card is at 8,000. We've requested, the card before that kept raising it to tens of thousands, and we kept calling them and saying to please lower it. We didn't want it that high. So with the card we have now, the limit's been 8,000 since we've had it.
I would think 10,000 would be,
Yeah, make it 10 and then you can ask for even lower
Right,
if you want, and because they are gonna try to raise it, because
right.
the higher credit limits they can put out there, the better they look.
Well, this credit card company that I'm dealing with is one that Bethany recommended that is geared
Works with
towards, yeah.
townships.
So they aren't they're less likely to do that. Gosh, you can't do liquor, tobacco, gambling, and cash advances on the card.
and again, top of page 21. I think this is where policies and procedures get too detailed. You know, credit card reward points, will be used to pay down the balance of a card once the points total reaches 50,000 points.
I think that should be in there.
Who cares? If it's 10,000 points and can reduce a payment, why not use it?
Well, I think the goal here from an accounting aspect is that we're not cashing in, like my credit card statement, I get like 2 cents credit back or $2 because I don't use it that much. And so I think the idea is that we're not doing all that paperwork for $2 every month to put it towards our balance.
I would leave it up to
So let it grow into a point and then,
I would let it grow to whatever point whoever is responsible at the time says, oh, okay, it's, $100 worth of whatever, we'll use it. Setting an arbitrary figure of
Right.
50,000,
right,
doesn't speak to inland.
no, because that could be 10 years.
And having you do it every month to save $2 is equally ridiculous. I would just not have,
Yeah, just scratch the whole paragraph, because
Right, and again, a lot of this was probably written for some bigger places, but they do also recommend, I mean, if we wanted to leave some number in there, and I don't care either way. With talking with Bethany, they do think we should use our credit card more than we are to pay bills.
I think we could leave that paragraph in there, but the first sentence should probably stay. The rest of it
Right.
could go.
just the credit card reward points, if earned, just take that line out.
Well, I don't think you should do that. I think the credit card rewards points, if earned, will be used to pay down the balance of the card,
Okay.
period, and take down the rest, and then redemption is done by the treasurer's office.
I like that.
That we shouldn't be carrying a balance period anyway. I
No.
mean,
And it says down there under the third bullet point, the fourth, the clerk's office will pay the bill electronically.
Where?
In the future, we will. Possibly.
Well, but it's following the township's ACH policy, so once she has a ACH resolution for that credit card
Then
company,
we can do
then
that.
it can be done. And then request for township credit card. You know, you can probably either use that one, or if you wanna write your own. Or,
I don't want to write it.
I'm
No,
talking to her,
yeah.
she's in charge of it.
Yeah. No, I'm fine with this.
Are we on page 23?
Yes,
Okay, I just have one question.
Yep.
And the first paragraph, about the fourth line down, is called, it says, outsourced it. I'm assuming it stands for Internet of Things. at the end of-
IT.
Yeah, Internet of Things.
No,
No, what is IT?
it's our IT department. It's
Internet technology.
the people who do our internet.
Ah, Internet.
It's in account. Is
I
our,
was thinking it was the Internet of Things, because that's also called it.
they're not our internet provider, but they're our IT department. They're the people who work with our computers and stuff.
Information technology.
Mhm.
Information technology?
I'm like, what is that word?
And I don't, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the sixth bullet point. Access will be reviewed and out by the outsourced IT provider on an annual basis. To allow access to BSNA. There's only 3 people allowed to get into BSNA.
That's not true. There's more than 3.
yeah,
There's the assessor, and Dayton has a view only of one thing.
Oh, your deputy has DSNA, my deputy has
Well, I
DSNA.
meant, those are our offices, basically, so.
and then zoning has.
They don't
read
currently
only.
have any. We gotta get on that one too.
I thought I did that.
Didn't switch it
Oh,
over
oh,
yet.
maybe he just didn't check it out.
Yeah, I'll double check, make sure I did it, but yeah, he should have read only to taxes.
Right, okay. I mean, I don't know if he really needs it anymore since he's on that one site, but we'll talk about that later.
I guess the only issue is, do they even do BSNA? I'm the one that sets it up and
They
reviews it
don't
all.
monitor and do any of our logs. That's, right now, you're the one who
Alright, so
does our
just change it,
logins.
change outsource
change
IT
our own.
to supervisor.
I would say supervisor or appointed person.
Okay. Or appointee.
Because if you're not here and you wanted to let somebody else who had more computer
Right.
knowledge than you do it. You don't have either. This is off topic, but yesterday in our class, we did learn, just this is making me think of this, we did learn that if our assessing program is on our server, that anytime Rosemary or I, or anybody changed an address, it would automatically change the assessor's ad program.
So, I mean, we pay for it, we just don't have it on the computer. I think all you gotta do is download the link to it.
Right, and for this, yeah,
Wow.
very, yeah, I was stunned.
And that was set up. Well, they had that before we got BSNA.
Yeah, you think?
Before all of us got BSNA, the treasurer's office and the assessor were the only two people that had any BSNA program software. We had to use Pontum, you and I, the clerk and the supervisor used Pontum. And for payroll, and then when they quit doing payroll, the board decided we would just go all to BSNA, and that probably got left behind or something. Why they
Well, he
didn't.
has it at his office. He doesn't want it here.
He's always had it. Our assessors always had it.
I was done. All right, continuing.
Yeah.
I thought we somehow had it hooked up to you.
We do not have it on our server.
Okay.
They checked yesterday. and
Yeah, I did. It'd be something you would work with Guy and Jordan and BSNA.
And our
would do
assessor
that.
to make him comply with it.
And
That's
get
gonna
that
be the
over.
biggest challenge.
Well, it's not his program. We let him use our program.
I know.
So
Mhm.
I don't care if he wants to.
But I think we have to go through their office, our IT has to go through their office to pull it onto our server. I think.
Mhm.
Yeah,
BSNA should be able to do it too. It's ours.
Mhm.
All right, conflict of interest policy.
Nothing jumped out at me.
I only have a question on page 27, the very last thing about the annual statement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever remember receiving an annual
Yeah,
statement.
because we've definitely
And I have to
never
sign
done it.
It says, there's no conflict.
Correct, and it'll be basically use the one on,
it was on the back page.
I also think the one ad that I had for that as well is that the planning commission should sign one as well.
yes,
The planning commission just adopted in January, bylaws, which contain a conflict of interest statement as well. But I think since the planning commission is a statutory body that follows the same rules as this board, I think they should be obliged to.
Yeah, honestly,
sign one as well.
I almost think probably all of them, all boards should, I mean, especially planning, ZBA, and board review,
Mhm.
because they have direct hands-on with,
Yep.
you know, tax money, zoning,
Yep.
stuff like that, but, I mean, even the event committee. You know, if
Make
Anastasia wants to open up a candy company and then she's gonna buy, you know, tons of candy from herself to, I mean, it should be just disclosed that that's where she's getting the candy is from her own company, so that,
I like it. Sure.
yeah, I mean,
Actually, as long as we're going that far, our assessor and zoning administrator,
Everybody,
yeah,
everybody that.
fire
gets-
department.
Everybody that gets a paycheck.
yeah. Anybody that is doing work for the township should just at least have to disclose that there might be conflict of interest. And then if it becomes that big of an issue, we can take it to the board and decide.
Your parks and your, event committee don't get paid.
Right. But they're still spending township money.
Well, he may
Yeah.
come and anybody gets a paycheck.
Yeah.
Oh. Parks only spends money through your approval,
Right.
and so should the event committee, but sometimes they buy stuff before they come in,
Yeah.
because they do have the money for that.
Right. I guess either way, it wouldn't hurt us to have them sign and say that they're not gonna do anything crooked. No matter what level it happens at, it's gonna look bad for the whole township. Fraud risk management.
So the only thing that wrong with the policy is there's really nothing you can do about it.
Right. This is just a,
I know.
like she said, you shouldn't have to have a policy to tell people not to commit fraud. But if you don't have a policy, then.
It's your fault.
But there's no recourse when people do,
Right. Well,
according to this definition of fraud.
As far as,
We can't discipline a board member other than recall. That's the only discipline.
basically, this is flashing lights, and if something happens, we let the courts take care of it. What it is.
Right.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is really just cover your own butt
Mhm.
things. Yep. All right, password policy.
Is there a way for Rosemary and Lindsay to have their own password to mine and Teresa's email? Without using our
Yes, there
password?
is, there is. And the thing is that I actually, Rosemary has all her own credentials. I had Jordan set it up that way. She can log into the computer, she can log into all their programs with her own
All
credentials.
that.
And I asked him, you have the option, you have the choice. I want Rosemary to be able to check my email.
Yeah.
And I trust her to answer them well.
Because
Um,
they
so-
won't get the same emails. If you are gone, they won't know something that came.
Exactly,
across.
and then they're, right, so that's why I want her to have both. So when she logs in as herself, she still sees my email.
Yeah.
When I log in, I see my email. We share the same email account. He gave me the choice to set it up where she had her own email. And I said, no, I didn't want it that way. So you just need to ask Jordan.
If she sees my email, she can access my email, but she also needs my password if I happen to log out.
She doesn't, she has her own. And
Okay.
you have your own to get onto the computer and you can see the email.
Well, yeah, she has her own to get on the computer too. And that's how she sees the email.
So what's the problem?
No,
So
I log in with your,
that was, you didn't do that to see the email. You see the email either way. You logged into me
Right,
as
but-
me so that you can, because otherwise you don't have access to some other things.
yes, the desktop.
You know,
Yeah.
and she doesn't have access to the shared drive. She needed access to the shared drive, so I gave her my password to the computer. She uses her own to log into the program. But
Right.
really, she should have that on her computer, so she doesn't need to use mine. It's all in setting it up with Jordan. We set it up so she can both see the email without logging in as her. She can log in as herself and see the email. And then she created her own signature line, so that if she's there and she answers an email, she can use her signature line. Sometimes she uses mine and then just makes a note that she's the deputy treasurer answering.
Okay. And this lockout policy for password resets?
Well, I'm failing this policy.
And, I mean, who's gonna make sure we have 8 characters that have come?
Most computer programs and BSNA, I would guess, has it, makes you do it.
I was just, this password reset was the thing that, we don't have that on our computers that I'm aware of, on the computer itself.
It's a pretty standard procedure for explicitly the reason stated brute force attacks.
Yeah.
The brute force attack is when somebody's set up another computer.
Oh, and they're doing that stuff there, okay, thank you for,
trying to
yes,
Figure out how to break into your system.
Yeah,
Okay.
I would guarantee if you tried your
that triggered what,
email password wrong 5 times, it would lock you out. Like, the companies have most of that in place.
I don't think anything on our computers would do that. The only thing on my computer that will do that is the bank. I think I probably have. I've had my gap lock on and didn't realize it, and I locked myself out of the bank.
I was gonna say.
And then I just
all-
called and
all
reset
banks-
it.
All banks.
All
have it.
banks do it 3 times, you're done.
Credit card companies.
The IT department should be able to,
Put that on.
put in place, like, a warning come up at 180 days, you need to change your password.
Yeah,
It's annoying.
Same, I don't like it either.
And you can't use just.
Same twice.
Or one that I've got some that, you know, you can't use one that you used in the last year.
yeah, and I've seen them where it's 10 times. Like, well, if I'm doing it every 180 days, that's 5 years worth of passwords.
Right, that's good. Yep, so, I guess if we wanna keep this policy in there, we need to talk to the IT to see what's available for us.
Yeah.
Which leads to another question. I very much like Jordan, but I called him well over a week ago and I've not, I mean, he sent me an email back that he was really busy, but he would probably get a hold of me this
Okay.
week. And they,
They are not. I tend to agree, not that I've had a lot of contact with them, but, they are not quick to respond.
Yeah.
We're talking, in my case, it was weeks. Now, I did say it wasn't an emergency, but, just like everything else, it doesn't hurt to review, you know,
Yeah.
who your insurance companies are for various insurance, and, you know, it keeps them on their toes, and, you know, wouldn't be a bad idea to look into other providers and
Yeah, see what's out there and.
when I do get a hold of Guy, he is very helpful to me and for as much as he can. He did set my, yeah. So, but we're still, Mike can't access email through his laptop or anything yet. And that's one of the
That's
things that, yeah, and so he has to log in through the web. And, yeah,
Mhm.
they at least got him set up to that, but he's still waiting too. So you're gonna look into companies, you probably know the most to ask them questions.
I absolutely have no idea who's in the area.
I know of one, I can't think of the name offhand, but there's the big one that, like the hospital and everybody uses. I mean, they have their own IT guys, but then they kind of,
Who do other townships use?
I don't know. It's a good question.
That'd be a place to start. Because then if we find somebody else, they're familiar with how townships operate, good or bad,
yeah,
and if they're happy with them, chances are we would be too.
Hire IT guy.
We could hire an IT guy
An
to
IT
do
guy.
on the side too. I mean,
Mhm.
I do know a couple of people who do that. Work for the school. They actually the ISD, but they do all the school stuff.
I was gonna say, does Mike know?
Mike know IT? No, are you
No,
kidding me?
no, Mike, no.
who the
Oh, yeah.
school uses.
Yeah, he knows all the people from the school,
Oh, there's a place to start.
so.
I was not being articulate.
Alright,
Mike's
so
at least IT guy.
federal policies and procedures, pretty sure this is just cookie cutter for anybody that, if we ever do get federal grants again,
Mhm.
we have it in place. And if there's,
Which is a related aside, having a good master plan. Sarah is going to do a wonderful job for us in helping structure a master plan that lays things out in such a way that applying for all sorts of grants, which she seems to think are readily available if we have a master plan in place. So, yeah, I agree. Good boilerplate, good to have in there. It's one of the things that any state or federal grant making body is going to be looking for. Where's, let's see your policy.
right,
Here it is. You know, we don't have to wait 3 months to approve one.
yes,
Which I don't know how many there are around here, but remember when you were looking into taking a grant writing course?
Yes.
Mm,
I would be interested in doing that. I don't know, can we write our own grants and some of
Yes,
them?
yes.
Yeah, I mean, unless we
Can I
pay
look
a
into
grant
that?
writer
Yeah,
or know somebody.
Look into that and talk to Sarah,
Okay,
because
I know that
my,
I'm a
my,
fairly good writer.
my guess is after we have a master plan in place, the end of the year, beginning of next calendar year, she would be a great one to, I think she might be able to provide you a course. But,
Okay.
you know,
There was one at the college here not that long ago.
but my sense is she would be more than happy to help write one, hold your hand, teach you the ropes.
Okay,
Uh,
I would love to do that.
but So far, I've been incredibly impressed with the way she's approaching things.
Yes, and speaking of the master plan, even though we were already under contract with, Networks Northwest, while they were doing the county master plan,
Mhm.
they still put us down as a joint, zoning with,
Interesting,
or joint, planning with Homestead. Like,
interesting.
your own company is representing that township, and you didn't even know that they're not a joint planning commission anymore, like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What page are you on now? Cause
We are on page 43.
okay, can I back you up for a minute?
Yep.
I have a question on 32.
Okay.
The fifth little bullet where it talks about key managers. Who are key managers? Are we talking again treasurer and clerk?
Of who, for the grant,
Uh-huh.
grants, yeah, I think that would be decided by the board once.
Yeah, it would be in the grant
Okay,
paperwork of who the key managers would be.
I have a question on page 36.
Oh, wait, didn't you say you had one on 34 first? I mean, we could go back.
34.
yeah, I have one on 35.
Okay.
Another question. But again, it's a grant manager.
Yeah.
So there again, it would
Okay.
be somebody that we decide by the board.
Yeah. Yeah, because that could change per grant.
It could.
mhm.
You said 36?
Yeah, do we have a policy for, the assets?
Capital
Because-
assets,
Yeah, because it talks about property tags and, annual inventories and all that stuff.
Got it right there.
Supposedly in the old policies and procedures, we do
Yep.
responsibility of the clerk.
But Dayton told me that almost everything in this building is quote unquote the fire department. He said he has the tags and the inventory because nobody else wanted to do the inventory, so he did it. And so like, he told me he could come take my desk anytime.
he was joking.
But he was not joking about the fact that it was his. He
That,
was joking he was gonna take it.
I remember when they did that, the clerk and supervisor and fire chief all got together and bought that stuff and went around and tagged stuff.
But why is it tagged to the fire department?
I don't know.
Because he probably raised his hand, or Paul raised his hand at the time and said.
Well, I think that needs to be changed.
Well, I agree. It's not the fire department's responsibility. In our
No.
policies and procedures as they stand, it's the clerk's responsibility for anything over $2,500, I think, should be cataloged and kept track of, and there's actually a slight error in our current policies and procedures that puts that responsibility for the capital improvement program on the board, which is actually the planning commission's responsibility by statute.
Right. And page 59 is a new capital asset management policy too, so.
Are we gonna have to buy the equipment back from the fire department?
No.
I'm kidding.
So as long as we're talking about property tax, does everything have a property tag on it? Like our
No.
tables and everything?
No.
We don't, do we? Do we
Should.
have
The
to?
fi- they should, the file cabinets do.
Good standard policy is anything over X number of dollars gets tagged.
yeah, all the computers should be, that.
And actually, as we're talking about it, there's, and something to talk to whoever we pick as IT, scanners and barcodes are so easy these days. I mean, even little Dymo or Brother P-Touch label makers can kick out barcodes. And, so when we have an annual asset, thing, and we're talking sub $1,000 to get the
Yeah.
equipment needed to do that.
Yeah, and you just go through, you scan everything, then you go look at your list and be like, oh, I missed this.
Yeah.
Or where is this? I gotta find it.
Real and I have scanners. I don't know if they would work. They scan barcodes. I don't know if they would work to do that too.
Portable?
Well,
they're not portable.
They're not portable. Yeah, so that wouldn't work. We'd have to make them portable.
Yeah.
Mine is only for elections. It
You
comes
can
out,
program them to, like, I could program mine for election, you could program
Well,
yours for
see-
tax bills, so. we
See,
can do
you
that.
guys are already proficient at it, so we'll put you in charge of running around.
It's an awesome thing that we were talking about that in our training yesterday. The
Don't
the
look into-
barcodes are
don't-
great.
don't look into the laser.
So who has our current stuff for the assets?
it might be on,
He said,
it might be on your
there's no access on my computer.
I don't know what
I can
they did
double
with
check
them. They
that.
went through and
Dayton told me he had it all, so
Well-
check with Dayton.
So what page are we on?
43, budget process.
so in here on page 44, where it says budget finalization, it says once adopted, the clerk will finalize the budget BSNA. I thought that was always the supervisor's job. That's always what they've always done.
We are done doing what is
I'm
always
just,
been
I'm
done.
just saying.
We're trying to do it the right way.
I mean,
Yeah,
is that the right way? I'm just checking, because I. know-
probably should be, because honestly, we could approve a budget. I could go in there, type in whatever numbers I want, get finalized.
Right.
So checks and balances on that would probably be a good idea.
Back to page 43.
Yep.
On the bottom of the page, second to last paragraph. Seeing the last paragraph is one line. It says by December 1st of each year. I just underlined it because I know you proposed a budget calendar.
Yeah.
And we should make changes to, actually, I think the finance committee. Did the finance committee forwarded the suggestions?
I have them right here, yeah.
I would just change Mandy's policies and procedures to match what's recommended.
Right.
So
Yeah.
what are you saying for a date then? Not December 1st, but.
January 5th or 6th is what
As
is
the
recommended
holidays.
here.
And Dave, I was not mindful of this date here.
Yeah, no, and honestly, the reason I had it later was because January 31st is when I get the actual property tax numbers. Or
So he knows what.
the taxable values,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which
So
makes
you
it
want
hard, but,
later than January?
well, no, I think we can do it January 1st and,
Well, it would be the first.
it would be an estimate.
The first is.
Yeah, I mean, whatever makes sense, but I just thought we should,
Because you know roughly, I mean, you know what the previous years was, and you
Right.
know roughly that currently we're raising everybody's taxable value by 5%
Right.
every year.
But it's like the Dollar General came in this last year.
Right, but you
and
can
it
at least
bumped
have
it
a
up
base,
lot.
so then we're
So,
gonna have a
yeah.
lot more, yeah.
So,
But then again, we may not have property taxes much longer.
the other thing that I had just as a note at the bottom of page 43, which really kind of is just kind of a floating note. Our budgets should include line item / department descriptions. So that it's not just the general ledger printout and a bunch of numbers. I mean,
right,
what does this line item mean, who's involved, what's it for, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, and I've done some of that with
Yeah.
the BSNA program, but I think, presenting it in Excel where I can actually have like an actual bullet
Right.
afterwards of exactly what it is. Perfect, my goal is.
And some of
perfect.
that you would, once you get out done, you can reuse and
Yeah.
edit every year, so.
Yeah, no, and the way I've been doing it is where I can just take those numbers, put them in, it'll add everything up, change the graphs on the other page and.
I know that this isn't tied directly to the budget, but I think that somewhere in the budget process, I said before, that, it would be nice, because we don't have any time, like, we do not evaluate our employees. I think we need to evaluate our employees. By our previous policy, we are supposed to be doing that on a yearly basis. I think somewhere in the budget process, maybe at the beginning, because if we're gonna make raises, right, we need to know that so all of that should be somewhere listed in the beginning process of the budget.
Good call.
And then it's also a time where when we look at, if we get in the habit of that every year, then we're not going 3 years being like, hey, when did we do an evaluation or bids on snow plowing? All of that's done at that time.
Right. Would it be good to do in the first budget workshop, September 1st?
Yep.
Okay. And
So you want that as a bullet point?
I do, because I think if you don't put it in there, then it gets overlooked.
yeah,
We've not done it since I've been here.
so just add it to that bottom work session will be scheduled to discuss proposed budget and conduct employee evaluations.
Because you could do their, salary thou at that time, and then that's, what you're gonna be paying out in the budget.
Yep.
You're writing on it with a pen and it makes
Yeah.
notes on your thing?
Yeah.
That's fancy. I didn't know you could do that.
Technology.
Ooh, I'm behind.
Mm,
She was changing to the top of page 45.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we should change the name of the township.
Yeah.
No, I mean, from
Oh,
inland.
from inland to this one?
You wanna
I
go
think
back
so,
to,
too.
what was it? Northern
know.
Climax or something like that? That's what we were for
That's
like
what-
2 years when Grand Traverse first set us up.
Years ago.
What's the new one in Texas? Space?
Yeah, spaceport.
Space? No,
Where's that?
Musk's new city.
Oh,
In Texas, you said?
Yeah.
Spaceport, something like that.
His factory for his Teslas is pretty cool. It's got cars hanging from the ceiling.
all right. Fund balance, classification, and best practices policy.
The only thing that I had that jumped out was on near the bottom of page 46. Fund balance drops below 20%. The general fund expenditures,
What paragraph are you on, Jim?
46, the last two paragraphs above oversight authority,
Okay.
under the general fund balance. It's just talking about, plug the figure of 20% in for the general fund. And, my question is, what percentage is too much?
Well, MTA and most accountants and things that work with townships recommend a minimum of a 15% fund balance. And so 20% gives you, with the cost of everything increasing, I think that's a good amount.
wiggle room. A little wiggle room.
Right.
Because of
Well, and I think
changes.
as a board, we need to figure out like this stuff here on
Okay.
page 45, the definitions. Like, yes, we have our fund balance, but we need to set like, what is our like, what is, we need to keep this on hand no matter what.
Well,
Why
that's
is
your
that
fund balance is
Right.
like, because that changes. So like, for instance, if we were to build a new fire department, then our costs, our monthly costs increase. So then,
Right.
then you want to have at your lowest time of your year in your budget, or in all of your money, right? Your assets. Your lowest dollar amount that after all your bills are paid in a year, which is gonna be after all your taxes have been dispersed. Because when taxes, we have more money in here. That's the lowest amount. And so we want to have 15% minimum of what it costs us to operate this place.
Right.
Always in savings, right? Am I saying that right? And so if we get more expenses, monthly expenses, then,
That
you know,
goes
we
up.
need more money kept in savings. And so because our goal is to eventually get more things, 20% is a good amount to always keep there.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And these things, I think, if you understand finances, these are pretty self-explanatory. I would like us to see, and Ted mentioned it in his thing this month too, we have so much money that is freely available to us. And we are, even though we're making more interest than ever, we are still losing interest because we could put it in higher interest earning things if we know we're not gonna spend it soon.
Right.
Having a good, going back to Sarah Kirk and the master plan, the fact that we have money on hand actually puts us in better shape for grants.
Right.
If we have, you know, if we're desperate and running a deficit and looking for a grant,
Right.
we get looked at sideways.
Yeah. And a lot of those grants, they all want matching funds.
Right.
Exactly.
And if you don't have the funds to match, they're not gonna even look at you.
So Dave, then you were thinking for non-spendable to put like 20% in there is
Not necessarily in the policy, but just as a board,
Just
we,
so that we
we need to
know.
make that decision so we can say, okay, this is, you know, locked. The rest of our fund balance, we can use on things. Cause.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
We
Okay.
talk about a lot of big projects. We have money there, but then we, you know,
You don't have it.
we run a surplus and add to that fund balance.
Well,
We
lately
can
we've
use it
been
for
spending
things.
out of it a lot, but yeah, but I think most of it's good money spent.
We have the excess funds, and if we have the need, we can spend the money. If we don't have the need.
All right.
Um,
So these are recommended replacement updated to what is currently in there. So
what page are you now?
48.
Okay.
Somewhere here we had a. purchasing policy.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. No, that's in a different book. It's in the purchasing policy book. I don't know why they had two different books.
Okay.
Did we have, why is there this, did we ask them to make changes to this? Is this part of their normal process?
This is part of the normal
Okay,
process.
just curious.
We review what we have and then update anything that they felt wasn't.
Okay.
Forwarding Dave.
Mhm. Okay.
One thing that jumped out at me, except on page 50. It's just a typo, second line down toward the end, higher than.
I didn't follow that. What page are you on?
Page 50,
50?
first bullet point, second line at the end.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, there should be an extra zero there.
Yeah,
Otherwise, what?
I have a question on your bid process and, the sealed bid and stuff, it just says the purchase was over 20,000.
Mhm.
I mean, you guys have rarely gotten, or I'm not even aware of anything over 20,000 that we've got sealed bids on. So, I mean, I think it's personally a good idea if you go out for bids for lawn care or whatever, snow plowing, that those all come in under sealed bids. Date and time stamped and then opened in front of everybody at a board meeting and gone over and reviewed at that. You don't have to make a decision at that point, but reviewed
Sure.
in front of everybody instead of whoever picks up the mail and gives it to the
Right.
clerk and the clerk opens it and.
I don't open sealed bids.
Well,
Well, this says that you
there
do,
isn't- you haven't been doing
shall
sealed
publicly, that the clerk or the deputy clerk shall open them publicly. In here, in our policy, I thought I read that the supervisor.
Yeah, that's, he always
This
opens.
policy says the clerk or deputy will publicly open them
Oh.
in section 4. Are we on the same page? Yeah. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter who opens them in
Right.
public.
They have to be at the board meeting.
Right.
For sure.
You know, and there's supposed to be a tabulation of everything
Right.
counted. And
This defines the clerk as the agent,
Right.
so in keeping it with the clerk makes sense.
But this is also purchases, not contracts.
Right, right. This is-
And like for purchases over $20,000. Sealed bids is kind of hard, because like,
That would be difficult.
I just got a quote for the pour and play at the park. It's over $20,000.
so that should go to sealed bids.
Right.
So
But
you would have to find 3 playground companies and get a bid from them.
And
And I do think that's a doable thing. I know there's a lot of them.
right,
There were 3 of them at the MTA conference. So
right.
it's
I
just
just
a matter of.
question,
Yeah,
because all communications through email, like.
right. So you really, so
And sealed bids, and from working in the other cities that I worked with, I mean, you had to put a notice in the paper and you could send, bid packets
Mhm.
via email to everybody, but everything coming back in had to be in a sealed package that.
they do that at the school too.
stated
Yeah.
good, and then that was not opened, it was date and time stamped and signed.
Right.
And then presented to the board.
It is done that way for the school too.
They had us. In this case, it was presented to the board, they had a special.
Yeah, I agree. But my only question for purchases over is $20,000 the right figure?
I don't think I think so. So, you know, when Mike got a new truck at the school here not that long ago, and they knew they were gonna buy it from the local guy, because they're big on buying from the local Dodge dealer. But they still went and got the bids, and they asked them to, even though he negotiated with them via email for what he wanted on that truck, they still sent it a sealed bid for them to open with others.
That wasn't my question.
I think it's a good amount. I think that $20,000 is a good amount to have
Okay.
sealed. Because, and you know, if you were gonna buy land or anything big, I think. Or
Well,
playground equipment, I think that should be done sealed.
Okay,
Yeah, I guess I just feel like it's kind of,
A high amount for small towns.
It is, and if somebody really wants to be the one to provide the service or the good to you, they're gonna be willing to send a stamped envelope.
right.
With that
No,
in it.
absolutely. It's just, I've already seen the bid.
Doesn't, well, that's why I was saying about the truck. Mike
Yeah.
knew what they were gonna say too, but he still took the other still did the proper way for other people who were gonna make that final decision
All
to
right,
get them sealed.
okay. All right, yeah, that works for me then. And then,
The criteria for service and quality too is that we can, it puts in there where we can consider our local vendors
right,
prior experience with them without going beyond. We'll purchase from local or regional merchants when appropriate. Taking into price, service, and quality.
Yeah, you guys get to decide, it doesn't have to be a lowest.
No, it doesn't.
right,
You know, you decide.
yeah. And all this stuff would be, I was looking at the payment thing, like making sure it lines up with board meetings or whatever, but it would already be pre-approved before we even start the process, so invoices would be fine to be paid on the 10th and 15th.
I like the addition at the bottom of page 50, the last bullet point. Basically gives a logical out for a whole bunch of things that you don't need to go through this process.
Yeah. All right, so just the $2,000 change.
Yeah.
On page, are you done with that? So on page 51, on this process for payments, did you read through that?
Which paragraph are you concerned?
I'm not concerned about any of them. I just want to talk about the policy, the process.
Okay.
So yesterday in our BSNA training, we learned that there is the ability to print out I left a note in there. What was it called?
Invoice.
It's basically a list of all of the bills to be paid. So much like we get in the board packet. This includes all checks that we have agreed that we pay in advance that are gonna have any kind of fees. There is the ability to approve them prior to the checks being written. If you look through our notices, if you look through our registers, our bank registers, we have a lot of voided checks for mistakes of one reason or the other. That's cost and things, and it's also inconvenient. So if we approve the checks, we have a list of the checks to be paid with the invoices, we can approve them and then the checks be written. That's what BSNA recommends. So I don't know, does that make sense?
Mhm.
So that should be in our payment process, though that list is available to any board member to approve. But I know it's normally Rose, Maria, or I that does that. But all of us are responsible to make sure those checks leave here correctly.
So are you talking also about things that have to be paid before a board meeting?
Absolutely, yes, they still should be approved. Our light bills can get paid for months. And so we need to have somebody overlooking these to see that all our bills are being paid and to see that the checks are being written. So there needs to be an approval process pre-checks being written. Or send out electronically if we go that way.
The invoices, the way they explained it yesterday, the invoices be entered by Rose or Lindsay and then sit there until you guys all had a chance to review the list
Mhm.
and look at invoices. And they talked about scanning the invoices right to BSNA. So when you got the list ahead of time, you can look at it, you can log into BSNA, you can pull up that invoice and see exactly what it is. And then come to the board and you guys
I like it.
say yay or nay
Mhm.
and on all of them. And then, so if they're all approved, then Teresa can go into BSNA and click approve, or bypass, and then that's done, the approval process is done, and then Rose or Lindsay goes in, and prints what checks are been approved, signs them, gives them to Teresa then to sign, and they can go out. So then there's no question about, why did this one get paid and.
I like it.
And also, it doesn't have to be me and Rosemary to approve them. I just want that part to be
Right,
clear.
right.
You can get BASNA accurate or access to do those kind of things. And because it is, or if somebody doesn't have computer knowledge, we could have the actual invoices available because we have them. But they should be scanned in the program as they come in.
Technically, it's all of our responsibility.
Exactly.
I mean, we shouldn't just rely on you because I might object to something that you approve. and it's like,
Right, absolutely. I agree. And all the responsibility shouldn't just lie on us to make sure things are done right.
Does BSNA have verbiage? I mean, I agree, adding to this would be worthwhile, or a couple lines, you just add it to the policy.
I'll add that to my list of things to do. Yes.
And your 10th and your 15th thing, you guys can change dates on there, but there are, like Mary, you said, items that have to be paid ahead of time. Again, those, the way it was kind of, the way I took it, those still can be approved, but they still need to go through the same exact policy. It's input, it doesn't get approved, even if it has to get paid ahead of time, until somebody else has reviewed them, and then the checks can be issued.
Well, I like the idea of giving, all the board members should have access to look at it. And if there is something that, oh my gosh, this payment needs to be paid in 2 days, you give me a call, can you jump online, look at this, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down, so it can move forward.
Well, the other advantage of it is because we could pre-approve even for the whole year, budget year. We could pre-approve to pay electric bill. We can pre-approve to pay, I don't know what other monthly bills we have, utility bills, but we can approve those in advance. But then by us going in there or somebody going in there and looking at that, we're making sure that it is in fact the township's electric bill we're paying. My electric bill didn't get scanned in there. Somebody else is looking at it.
Yeah, because that was my question, because I thought we already had that, where if we get a bill in, that it has to be paid before a certain amount, a certain date.
That was all done prior to this board.
Yeah,
So it should be done every single year, saying Cherryland Electric,
Okay. Yeah.
Cherry, if you're paying, the other guys. I mean, I don't know what you guys approved.
And it
I
shouldn't,
got the checks in front of me.
Yeah.
I'm like, why am I signing this check?
and by law, we are only allowed to pre-approve a payment of anything that has an interest penalty date that would happen prior to the board meeting. It's not just a generic thing to pass. There are rules regarding that, and we don't quite follow them strictly,
Right.
and we should be. Yes. Remember,
The utility
we're
bill
not doing
doesn't,
the things
if-
the same old way.
we have a board meeting on the 14th. Utility bill is late on the 16th, so we could approve the electric bill anytime before the 14th of the month, so it gets paid by the 16th, so it avoids late charges.
Well, that's what I just said. We could do
Yeah.
a generic blanket.
But I was giving an example. They're usually due on the
I'm
28th.
pretty sure you're gonna rewrite this section.
We have a list, Rose, we're gonna work on.
She said you said we, yeah.
She proofreads everything I do pretty
This is
much.
for
We do
purchasing
each
of
other's.
bids.
I'm sorry?
That's just. strictly
Yeah, for purchasing
and
bids on that one.
Right, okay.
All right, travel policy.
But you needed to fix that appendix.
Right. Did you, appendix B, you said? I didn't write that.
Yeah, so the appendix B.
You say something about the meals.
Okay, that's different than, well,
Well, no, it's part of
that
the
would be a per
travel-
diem, yeah, but, yeah.
Travel policy.
There's a meals portion in here.
Yeah. Were you thinking about changing anything?
This has a detailed, the maximum allowable tip is 20%. You know, this is pretty detailed oriented, but this is saying that we will follow, you know, the report that I told you guys about, like per city that you can, this is basically saying we would follow that. There is a per diem rate based on every major city in the US. Grand Rapids was $80 a day.
Yep.
We have a standard $60 per half day, $120 for the full day. So we are paying above. If we are approved, have a approval thing that is set by the government for the rate, it is non-taxable. Anything above what they said, so that extra $40 should have been taxed on all of us
Should have been payroll.
as payroll. So if we stick and we use this, it's actually beneficial to us because we're just getting reimbursed. And the idea of a per diem is that you don't have to keep all your receipts. You know, it's for your benefit, right? So if you go pick up coffee, if you go have a snack on your trip, you're getting a set pay to cover all your meals, not having to itemize everything and keep receipts. So, and almost always you get further ahead to take the per diem than use your receipts.
Except for, like, I have, in June, I have election training in Traverse City. It's 30 minutes from home. They don't provide lunch. I have to go provide my lunch. I am not taking a $60 per diem for a lunch. I have to pay for my own lunch. That, I'll bring my receipt in, or I won't bring my receipt in. One, yeah, I'll decide, but I'm not gonna take $60 to go to that. Cover my lunch for the day. It's like,
Well,
where do you go buy lunch for $60?
there's classes, there's the planning class coming up that meal is included with the class.
Yeah.
And we're paying for the class and we're paying mileage, so there's no reason to pay the per diem for a meal or for a meal. And if you're going to a class, you know, that's outside of a meal time, then there's no reason to claim a per diem. So I don't know.
I believe that the per diems were set up wrong with all this. I mean, in the year, they were just following every year in the budget, that's what they did. Every year, and it just kept going every year, and truth, that's what per diems are for, it's to cover your expenses, it's not to pay for you to go to school, go to classes. That's what our salaries are for.
I do like on page 54, second from the bottom. Oversight authority. Just so someone in the room is aware that the person requesting an exception to the policy is an elected official. Finance committee is the one that authorizes it. Just so you know. That's what we're adopting.
Any exceptions or unusual circumstances not provided for in this policy. From the department head.
Which is nice. I mean, it's
Takes it off the board.
part of the checks and balances, which kind of goes along with my question of checks and balances on expense reports, but I like the fact that the finance committee has oversight.
I read it, that it would be the finance committee requesting an exception.
Now, if the person requesting such an exception is an elected official,
That's an exception.
department head or you need approval from your department head for a specific approval from the department head, or if the person requesting an exception is an elected official, the finance committee.
So I would be requesting,
No,
No, the person, like if I wanted to do something that wasn't
it was exceptional or
Yeah.
unusual from what a regular class is going to attend. She wanted
Let me read this thoroughly again.
money to cover something specific, it would go to the finance.
Reading the paragraph differently, if the person requesting such an exception is an elected official, any exception or unusual circumstances not provided for this policy must have specific approval from the finance committee prior to the commencement of travel.
Any,
That's just if we're going out of the bounds of this policy, which I,
Or if the person requesting such an exception is
an elected.
an elected official. The finance committee.
Oh, I'm reading that too. They must have specific approval, basically, if you take that promise out, approval from the department head, the finance committee, or the finance committee prior to the.
Don't take the comma out.
no,
The comma is there.
Well, right.
Department head.
I'm just trying, you're right.
department head for non-elected officials.
It's a very lawyerly written
It is.
sentence.
So like if the deputy clerk wanted an exception,
No,
the department head,
Has to
elected
do it.
official.
right, that's what I'm saying. The
But
department
the
head
first
can approve.
part of it,
But if it's an elected official, then the finance committee is our approval.
But that's only if it's an exception to this policy. So if we wanted to fly somewhere to learn something that's outside of our standard policies, the
Like why to
finance
Grand
committee has
Rapids?
to, huh?
or why to Grand Rapids.
Well, if I wanted to fly to Washington to learn more, how to be more of a politician, and I could justify that to the finance committee, they would have to give that approval.
And does the board approve funds?
Washington would be more of a politician.
Exactly what I meant.
I think that is a good thing as well. I think that should be left.
Alright, investment policy. I'm just gonna look at you because if you don't like this one, you gotta write another one.
I don't see anything, there's really nothing wrong with this, other than this is a little bit more in detail, putting a little bit more pressure on the treasurer than the law states. But I think it's still a good thing to have. We should try to make the most, return with the maximum security.
Actually, I disagree that it's putting more pressure on you. I think it's just articulating that these are the laws. You
No.
need to follow.
No, these are more, this is than the laws, but that's okay, it's fine. Because there's no law that says I have to get the highest investment return. There's a law that says I should keep my money FDIC insured. So this is stricter than the law. Like,
I have a question on 56. Under A, and that's bullet, diversifying the investment portfolio. I know most of our stuff is in Michigan class, but I'm wondering, are we diversifying enough? Like if something.
no, we're not.
If something happened to Michigan class and all of a sudden they're at zero, are we at zero?
Mary, if you remember, a couple years ago, I came here and we had only investments in Michigan class. And it took me months to convince the board to even get the sweep account. So that is every dollar in the sweep account is FDIC insured. Every dollar in Michigan class is FDIC insured. No, it is not the only one. It's the only one that at the time I could get the board to approve, and that was already set up prior. I have been talking with Ted. We talked about it at the last meeting. About trying to find ways that we can have money insured to earn even more of an investment. It's the board that's held that up in the past.
Okay, well, I thought too that we had money in the local bank.
That's
That was-
All in honor.
Yeah, but I was still wondering if for most of our finances, if we need to be looking other than Michigan class. That's my main question, because diversifying for me meant you spread it out a little more.
And
than-
Therese did mention that earlier when we were
Yeah.
talking.
Technically, our money in sweep is invested in banks throughout the entire US. So it's pretty darn diversified. That's the whole idea of a sweep account. A sweep account, because any bank can only be insured for $250,000 of your money. Honor works with, I explained this before, works with like Huntington Bank. Huntington will give them $250,000 of one of their customers' money, and I will give $250,000 of our money to Huntington. So it's all being done centrally for us, but it's all diversified between hundred banks. But we are still trying to find other ways. We haven't got there yet. We haven't had a chance to meet back in town, to find other ways to make more money while still protecting our money.
That was my question.
Somebody brought up crypto there, and I honestly, because everybody did start laughing, I do not remember what the actual response was, but I don't think we are.
Okay,
I don't think it's in-
I
Well,
think
it's
that's
not,
the
but-
problem.
you're supposed to get the
You can have some money on
greatest
insurance,
return, right?
right? There are a lot of secure things that we can do, like treasury bonds and other things. It's just a matter of whether we have, the biggest holdback to that is deciding, are we gonna buy a new fire truck? Are we gonna build a new building? We need a master plan kind of done before we make these decisions, because if we tie money up for 5 years and somebody says, oh, we decided we're gonna buy a truck, we now don't have the cash to buy that truck.
Right.
So needs to be a communication thing going on and some goals set in the master plan for us to proceed a whole lot more with the money.
I have a question on page 57. It's the last thing there about safekeeping. That last paragraph about all security transactions shall be conducted on a delivery versus payment basis. Securities will be held by a third-party custodian. Or what is the third-party custodian? Designated by the treasurer and evidenced by safekeeping receipts.
Okay, well, if you read up here, it says the township board shall approve, and I think we did this when we approved the sweep account. One or more banks to provide safekeeping and custodial services, so they're our third party.
Well, and again, this could be something, I mean, I don't know. We don't currently, so securities will be held by a third party, so I'm thinking that like your, we don't have any currently at this time. So this is one of those things that if we do that, because this would be like your bonds, buying treasury bonds, buying other things, security, what's that, what am I thinking?
Municipal bonds.
There you go. We don't currently have any of those. Those are your securities. Those are held by a third party or by the government or by somebody else. We don't have any. It's something we want to keep so that in case we do go that route.
Here. You know, here's the capital asset management policy.
It's got a question on page 62. Well, it's not really a question. It's more of an observation. Yeah, because all the stuff is piling up over there that
Mhm.
surplus assets may include items that are page policies and procedures. Identification of surplus assets. Obsolete, damaged beyond repair, have exceeded the useful life. The way I understand it is you can't, we have two options. One, we throw it away or we sell it. We can't just have people come in and say, if you want it, take it. They have to give us money for it.
This says we can donate it.
I don't see it say, I don't,
The process of selling, transferring, donating, or otherwise removing capital assets from.
charitable organizations or other government entities, we can't donate it to a person.
Sell it to a person.
But we can sell it to a person, yes, they have to give us a quarter for it or something.
Here's the dollar.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Well, I think that.
They covered this at MTA too.
Mhm. I just feel like I think this is fine.
Mhm.
I just think that there should be something or some process possibly for who determines whether something is worth any money? For instance, just a small outside,
Like, Dave, what's over there? Oh,
right, like, clearly none of that is really worth much,
Those masks.
possibly that, that mailbox there. I mean, I feel like,
Typewriters are basically obsolete.
well, they are. But there are certain things that if we decide to redo the offices, for example, and,
Yes.
and obviously we could sell our desks for some money,
Yes.
right? Like, I think that there should be some kind of process for determining what is value.
That would be at the
Value.
board meeting. She brings the
Okay.
inventory list of things that we want to get
Okay.
rid of. And then at that time, we can decide, we're gonna sell this, we're gonna donate this. we're gonna
Okay,
donate
that makes
this.
sense. Okay. I just don't want somebody, like, oh, well, we have the fire chief's truck, we're buying a new one. We're just gonna donate that to Dave for $1. You know what I'm saying? Or sell that to Dave for $1. We just
Yeah,
want to
no,
make sure
no,
that
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 stuff
doesn't
is not
happen.
how it's.
Well, we can do a bid then. I'll go 5, you know?
Well,
Sealed bids.
like we have those Amazon tablets. We have.
Yeah, we have 5.
tablets that we're
But
buying.
you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
They're
Totally obsolete.
outdated, but somebody would probably buy them for $20 to let their kid play games on. Put 'em
Right,
on-
right.
put 'em on
Some
Marketplace.
kids
Yeah,
may
that's what I'm
want
saying.
them. And yeah,
We can't sell them, then we dispose of them.
But again, that's where you don't know who has the list of your assets.
well, that's what,
You
yeah,
know, and depending on what you're buying, I mean, is everything depreciated out, you know?
Right.
Is the value depreciated out?
yeah. Are we depreciating on our stuff? Is our assessor doing that? And who's doing that?
I think we're on a cash basis. I don't think we do any depreciation.
We're not even on our trucks or anything?
I don't think so.
I think Dayton does all trade-ins on his trucks.
Craziness of municipal accounting.
Okay, well, that's good, because I don't know that,
I haven't seen in.
It's on the.
I haven't seen it anywhere either. That's why I've been, yeah. I've been, yeah, shocked by that. Okay. So this does say, and it scales expected to be over 5,000, the board must approve it.
One of the reasons for depreciating in business is it affects your taxes.
Right.
We
We
don't pay taxes.
That makes sense. I sometimes it's hard to wrap around the county differences
You don't
between
pay
the two.
taxes, it's telling you to have the depreciation schedule. And it, for this reason, if you're getting rid of it, you know, so that you know what's the actual value of the item at the time you're
But
getting rid of it.
Depreciation value, is it really even the true value of something in today? I mean, you can find that value out other ways, but, right? Like we did with the property. We got a quote from a real estate place to see what the going price was.
For a lot of physical things, the easiest way to set a value, if we're looking for a quick and dirty way to do it, go on eBay, search for that item, sold.
Yep.
And the last, 90 days, last year, what is it typically sold for? And that's going to be a fair market, arm's length, exchange, this old, Amazon tablet sold for, $15, $75, who thought it would be that much?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you look at like a lot of old stuff then becomes collector's items and stuff, and
I have an
maybe
Apple,
that typewriter's worth $200 to somebody.
I had an
We don't know.
working Apple II computer.
Yeah. Exactly.
So, and I think to answer the question, let's just, I don't think eBay is going away. Do an eBay search, 10 minutes and you got an answer for just about anything under the sun.
Right,
Mhm.
right, I agree. That's a good way to do it. And I did notice that moving on, this next page, this account table, this is basically, this chart does demonstrate what we talked about with the BSNAs. It says the warrant report is provided. to the board for approval prior to them being paid. We're just asking for that to
Well,
come.
it's always, being paid means is your signature. It's a warrant when I sign it.
Well, I totally understand that. What I'm saying is pre-checking written, which we are not doing that way. We should be approving them prior to the checks actually being processed. Either way that they're paid.
So next Monday, I will tell Lindsay not to write checks, but just to get the invoices ready. You look at.
The invoices and the list that should be able to be
Yes.
generated of what's entered.
And that list is what,
That might be too soon to get the list. We can type the list, might be too soon to get, to figure out.
They showed us how to do it yesterday on the.
Yeah, I know, but we got till next Monday and we have to insert the invoices, but you're talking, and Chris said that it's when we write the check and insert the invoice, it's good, but when we insert the invoice, then we write the check at a different time, then we have all these other processes we have to click on to, you guys were quiet and talking.
No, we weren't talking, we
No,
listened.
no, over that
You
part.
were
At the
vacuuming
end.
through part of it at the, yeah, we could hear it in there, but it doesn't matter.
It was a copy machine.
There is a process where you can every single time of invoice, you don't have to back enter all the invoices that we've already approved. Any
No.
invoice that you're gonna write a check.
We have
for
to
on
connect the
Monday,
check to the
any checks
invoice.
that you're gonna write it in, or any invoice you're gonna write a check for on Monday. When you, as you enter those invoices, you should be able to print a list,
Yes.
and then it's a click of a box.
Right.
That says, go ahead and print this check. And there's a click of the box if we wanna go in there and approve them that way before you do it. It's clicks. It's not a bunch of processes.
I missed that part where it said it'll write the check itself.
No, it's,
Or-
then you can
and
send them to be written after they're approved.
We will attempt to do that.
Well, I have a question. We're all talking about accounts payable, correct?
Correct.
I know the last time that we got our checks, there were incorrect entries on checks or whatever. And one of my concerns was that the signature that was on my check.
Oh, you're talking about payroll?
So Mary, let me explain this to you. So payroll, this is the problem. If a check is written out incorrectly or a bill is not really approved to be done. So this is the problem with doing a blanket approval in the consent agenda. So if in that, if the clerk wrote your paycheck out wrong and that was presented to the board to pay you, whether it's wrong or not, I have to sign that check because it's been approved by the board. It is illegal for me to not sign that check. I can go to Rose and say, this is wrong and you need to correct it. And I have done that on numerous times with numerous people here. And if it's not past the date that that check has to be issued, she can make that correction. But there's nothing else I can do. I have to sign that check. So if your check is wrong, my signature is just saying the board approved to sign this or to pay this.
Yeah, that wasn't my question though. I'm looking at page 65 and it says that the clerk and the treasurer are going to be signing the checks. Is that still happening with our new system that we're using?
All checks have to be signed that way by law.
In BSNA it is, but with ADP it didn't.
Okay, well,
Okay.
that's the new system.
That's just.
We're not using it anymore. We've tried it. We didn't like
It
it.
was the new system, now it's the old system.
The only checks that don't have to be dual signed to leave this building are tax checks. And the only tax checks that are written are disbursements. It's where I collect taxes for other places. I send them the money and refunds. Sometimes people will pay their taxes and their mortgage company will pay it too. I refund them. Or they overpay by mistake. It's the only checks that leave here without due signature.
Yeah,
What's that?
The accounts payable rep needs to be.
So there is a revised one on the following page.
yes.
Yeah, they all have a revised.
What you were looking at was the payroll revised.
No, she was actually looking. at
Right,
accounts
but
payable.
that's what she was asking about, was would be payroll revised, but we tried that, we didn't like it.
Yeah.
We're back to payroll process, so.
Oh, okay, so. Oh, so you're talking,
Yeah. Page 69 and 70. She didn't like payroll revised, but we've already gone away from that again, back to payroll
right.
process. So,
Okay, so this accounts payable revised portion, where it says invoices go to the bill email address. Are we going to,
66.
this one doesn't actually have a page number? Yes.
well, revised is if we set up their thing, their,
What page, Teresa?
There's not a, oh, it is 66, that you can't see it much. Okay. So my only question is, are we going to establish, because I know we can do that, a bill email address? Or are we just gonna use that as they go to the clerk? Because if we are gonna, in fact, if Rose wants email set up for Lindsay to be different than her, which one of them is going to be? Because I would like to see a policy.
this bill email, Bill is a company.
Oh, Bill, yeah,
Bill
Bill.
is a company.
Bill
Yeah,
company.
Bill is that company that they use where you email all your invoices to them and
And they pay.
they pay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, so yeah, we don't want to do that.
Yeah.
Capital B.
I got you. That's what I thought, that was a typo. Jeez.
Jump to page 72. I just have a quick question. It says on the second little thing there, the treasurer with the assistant and manual reviews outstanding and cleared items from BSNA.
That's,
Is that done every month with Manor then?
where are you at?
Page 72.
It was. It's not in there. It was.
No, the reason that was, it's not due every month. As a board, haven't approved to do that every month, number one. And also, last time I talked with Rose about getting caught up with them, she said that they told her they wanted to wait until after the audit was done. So all of that's been on hold. So I don't know where that stands.
I can't make any changes to before March 31st. When Richard was here, he said, don't do it. Because there's a correction I need to make, and he said, don't do it. So, because technically, anyway, that's what he told me, so.
So I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So no, we are not doing this currently with them. That apparently we have to wait until the audit's done. I don't understand that because
The current
this is
one
the
we
current
should still
one
be doing.
Still being done. And the changes that we have clearly wrong on our reports should be being fixed,
Okay.
not waiting to the audit because they're already in the audit.
Another quick question, page 73, the second little box. It says bank statements are provided to a third-party accountant by the treasurer. Do we have that?
That's it.
That's-
No, but
What
that's
she's
what we
looking
want
into.
to find.
Yeah.
We want to find somebody else to be the third party to actually get the reconciliations done for the general ledger portion of it.
And then it has something on page 77.
But even if that we do it with a third party, they should still be reviewed by the clerk and by me and signed so that, you know, we acknowledge that we know what's going on and we are also watching them.
Page 77.
Yeah.
Question, the committee, the last paragraph, last sentence, we have also recommended that the land committee be disbanded and the majority of their duties fall under the provisions for the planning commission.
Mhm.
Are we?
The land committee pretty much dissolved themselves, did they not?
We need to do it as a board.
Yeah, I mean, we need to make it official, but.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So we could do that right now, currently, right?
No, that's not why we call the special meeting.
It's not on the agenda.
What I read is in a special meeting that if all the board are present, we could add small things that could,
Yeah, but
so we could.
we could, but
We got a meeting Monday.
yeah,
Okay.
we got a meeting Monday.
Well, don't forget to add that.
And land committee is probably not even gonna be there, except for myself, because.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Most people.
10 minutes there.
Page 84, number 3.
Whoa, 78.
Where? 78.
78.
Okay.
When I read this, I slapped my head and thought, that's so obvious. Why haven't we done that? I think we should have a fire committee
I agree.
Yeah.
because it's a huge chunk of our budget. And it's not to replace the fire association inactivity. think the purpose is clear, and I would change the title to Fire/EMS Committee.
I agree.
Unless there's the assumption that the fire committee umbrellas the EMS as well. But I think it's one of those things that struck me as being so obvious that we have overlooked it for so long. But I just think it makes great sense.
Right.
I agree, because I was looking at the payroll things because of the changes between ADP and that, and for instance, for a long time, and I don't, there's probably a need, and there's also probably something else going on, but for years, we paid the average training per month for all of the firefighters. Well, it always was 2 hours. And now we're doing 10 and 15, and I don't know what they're doing. I would like to know what they're doing, or have somebody oversee that to see, and it's probably a great thing that if they're doing more training. But we don't even know what training they're doing. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So I agree.
But by and large, with all of the committee descriptions, I really like the way they're laid out.
Yeah, yeah. Like the way that they wrote this up with the parks working with the events committee.
Mhm.
Well, and the planning committee, because, you know, I know you guys are still on the master plan, but when we get around to capital improvement plan, you guys, I mean,
Right.
having the parks input on that is very important, because that's
Absolutely.
one of our biggest capital assets.
Right.
Go to 84, or do you have something in between pages? Any sort of question?
I just
Yeah, Therese, did you have something?
was questioning, do we still have a website committee?
They haven't been dissolved.
Oh, yeah, so we do.
I think we just
Yes.
need a
Okay, before
website
number-
person.
number
I think so too. I
Mhm.
think, and I think it should be a paid position.
Okay,
What did I say?
You sign checks, my check, the accounts payable
page
checks.
84, the financial and fiscal responsibilities. Signs, the second bullet, signs township checks as required. Signature.
That and her tax checks.
That and
Those,
those
yeah.
checks.
Those are the signs
So
she signs.
it often appears that like there is no follow or checkup on the tax account because I have full access to that. But the county monitors everything I do with tax collections and tax disbursements. It's all overseen and balanced with them on bi-monthly.
Yeah, then that's the same thing also on page 86, number 4. Financial responsibilities,
Yeah, that she'll sign the checks that, for
got it,
that stuff.
thank you.
I have to sign them first and then she signs them second.
Yep. That's all my questions.
All right. Then we have the old one. That's- A lot of this first stuff is.
First thing I have is on page 6. I don't know where anybody else is.
You got a page 6?
I have a page-
I don't, I go from 5 till 7.
At the top.
Oh, and then 7 is at the bottom of 6. Well, this is, I can convert the old PDF to Word.
I don't,
Oh, so it lost some stuff.
I don't know what version I'm
Okay, well, what's your heading?
Yeah.
Board meeting administration posting meetings, 2.4.1.
2.4. Okay,
Clerk posts all the board meetings and special meetings. And then do we want everyone else posting their meetings? I mean, we need to either add things like the website committee or finance committee, or find it interesting that we have a fire committee in there.
That's because we used to have a fire committee. That's what the fire association used to call it. Actually, it was fire corps
Well,
after committee.
I think the purpose of it, I said that I think the fire committee as defined by Meaner is different than the
Right.
fire association.
Right.
Um, we either need to clarify all the standing committees that we have or will have, or just say all others posted by chairs of their committees, or
Well, I personally don't think it should be the chairs of any other committees that do their own postings, and I'm only looking at this as, right, because then you're requiring them to know the laws. We're the board, we should know the laws.
that's why I'm raising this as an
Yeah.
issue.
Well, I'm,
That's a good point.
so I think that it should all fall under notices. I question whether there's a law regarding that in the statutory, like if you looked into the statutory duties, would that be the clerk's statutory duties to post all meetings? I think some of our things in here do contradict what Michigan law states. So I do believe that the clerk should post all meetings. I think the planning commission, for example, should go to her and say, this is our meeting. And
I think
this is the
that's-
time we need it posted.
That's why they
should
have
confirm
the-
that the posting is correct.
Annual meeting schedule.
No, I agree.
Right, so if there's a special meeting for the planning commission, they should go to the clerk, let her know, she should type it up, they should confirm it's correct. And the same with all committees.
So we could just shorten this down to say the township clerk shall be responsible for hosting all regular and special meetings, period.
No, I think it should continue on to the end of the Open Meetings Act. In accordance with the Michigan Open Meetings Act, and the rest should be dropped.
But it should also say that any other committee that we have is going to give information to her.
Well,
Which is-
those committees aren't,
All committee chairs,
I'd say they're not governed by the board in a sense. I can't,
They
that's
are.
not the word I'm looking for. The board is well, it's the board, the planning commission, CBA, land division, board of review. Those are the required things that we
Committees.
need to, that notices have to be posted for.
statutorily.
Yes.
are
The
required.
others aren't
Committees are just.
required
Correct.
to set up their meeting dates. They can call and say, put me on the calendar, we're having this meeting this day, the committees. They don't have to have that posted on a board anywhere.
Technically, committees are not required to post. They're not required to be open. There's no notification. They don't have to follow the statutory rules that all of the boards and commissions, zoning board and others are required to follow. It's not to say that they shouldn't, and just to say under the law, it's not a requirement. So however we want to rephrase after Michigan Open Meetings Act, that
So I think it should list the people that are mandatory to have posting, and they should be responsible for getting their information to the clerk.
great, how do you want to word it?
The secretary, or who, I need
It's
to know
in-
exactly who, so the planning commissions are required, right?
Zoning board is,
Zone, ZBA. Who else?
who's on the zoning board,
Board of Review.
board of review.
Oh, yeah, board of review.
Board review's gotta be posted in the paper and all that stuff.
Okay, and, but nobody from the board of review is actually going to the paper to post that. They're letting the clerk know. Well, that's how it should be. So planning commission, ZBA, board review, who else has mandatory postings?
Yeah, he just gives you the schedule.
You give it.
To me.
Yeah.
The board. I mean, there are four.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so then it should, well, the board is,
Well,
that's already covered in that
the
first line.
secretary should prepare the posting and then the clerk should post
So the secretary to the ZBA.
it.
Is
Yeah.
there a
all of them.
secretary to the ZBA?
No, but we have to get I mean, we
You
have,
have to get one. You haven't had a meeting yet.
I mean, I guess we could have an organizational meeting to set that up, but most likely it would come from whoever's appealing. We would set the date and get the ZBA there.
Okay, so, but when it is there, they have somebody appointed as secretary. Is that you want to be the secretary or the supervisor? Doesn't one of the boards have the
Yeah,
supervisor?
Board of Appeals, I'm automatically the secretary. I would assume I'm probably the secretary for ZBA.
You are for Board of Review.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
We can do that.
so the secretary to all the boards that are required to post, should be listed out, shall be responsible for preparing a posting and supplying the clerk with that posting. That's my wording.
Okay. Write it down so that we can change it.
I'm not the secretary. All right.
Zoning Board of Appeals, Board Review, and zoning. No,
Okay, so the secretary of those shall be responsible for getting postings, prepared postings to the clerk for official posting, prepared postings to the clerk for official notices to be done. Is that good?
Conformance with the.
For official notices to be completed in conformance with the, does that sound good? Completed in accordance with the Michigan Open Meetings Act.
Well, the next paragraph down kind of.
They have that in the MTA.
Set up the Inland Township Board shall also post their meetings in accordance. Time frame outlined in the Open Meetings Act.
Yeah, but that's putting
Well,
it onto them instead of onto the clerk. They should get their prepared what they wanted to say. They should get that to the clerk. They can't, like, we don't really want to give the events committee permission to go. I mean, not that, or the Board of Review. We don't want to give anyone at the Board of Review members permission to go contact the newspaper to put it in there, right?
right.
We want the clerk. to
Because
do that.
that's the supervisor automatically has always done that.
so he
That
said,
would- And then that whole second paragraph would go.
I was gonna say strike it.
Does
So
the
he said-
MTA have any proposed language for posting?
Yes, they do.
That might be a good source to go to.
So we need our red,
Because
it's
some
in our
of this
red
could be
book.
outdated language, secretary of planning. So
There you go.
Right.
maybe identify some of these, like, there's a lot of discussion around posting of meetings. Maybe identify some of these and then go to the MTA for some guidance too to help.
Right.
It's in- It's in the little red book. It's not little anymore, but it's in the red book.
so he said there were 4 different things, the planning commission, the zoning board of appeals, board of review. What was the 4th one?
The board, the actual board, but that's covered in the first or the first sentence, so that one doesn't need to be individually listed. The other 3 need to be individually listed. Or it's redundant.
Anything else on 2.4.1? Nope. Moving on to 2.4.2.
The agenda that is covered here is not right. I will just update that to what we actually kind of do.
Well,
This is from
I don't think it should be
2007.
updated to how we do. I think it should be updated to conform with the law.
Right, but I mean,
There are
like,
requirements.
Before we
And
flip,
that's in MTA as well, so.
Yes.
before we flip to that, I have questions on the first paragraph. And actually throughout this, the second line, it talks about 5 days prior. And then 2 lines down, it talks about 10 business days prior. I think we need to scrap business days, because if it's 10 business days, that's 2 weeks.
right,
And, you know, to get something in to be on the agenda, it's like, we have a meeting, you've got 2 weeks to get something in for the next meeting, it's 2 weeks out, and a lot happens in a week and a half. So I think 5 days is not bad if we're assuming that it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It could be Thursday, because if we meet in the evening, you get it in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, if you get it in before the meeting time, that's 5 days. So, 5 days, fine.
But that's the law too, is within 5 business days. We're within 5 days.
Yeah, say, we need to drop business
Yeah.
because 5 business days just.
We'll have to have been last week.
Oh, you gotta add in, that was a holiday, so it's really sick, and then,
Actually, sorry to interrupt, but your Michigan Open Meetings Act mandates, for regular meetings, the notices have to be posted within 10 days.
Regular
Oh, sorry.
meetings.
My bad.
no, I'm not talking about posting
I
it.
put an agenda and it came up just,
Okay.
sorry. So sorry.
So I think 5 days instead of 10 business days. And then the next line down on my copy that I had, it was already made available, was scratched out, and mailed was in. And I think, basically a copy of the proposed agenda shall be delivered or emailed to every board member along with supporting documentation at least, 5 days prior to the, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, we need to come into modern times.
Wait, a proposed shall be delivered or made available to every board.
Yeah,
This is the line you're talking about?
Yeah, on my copy, made available was crossed out and mailed was written in.
Okay.
I'm just saying emailed,
Okay, well, I,
because if it's mailed 5 days before with the, the
Right.
fact that our mail goes out to Grand Rapids, comes back, we'd be lucky to get it on the Monday of the meeting.
so you want to change the word delivered to emailed or made available?
Made available, crossed out, and replaced with emailed.
So I'm just gonna argue that for a
Okay.
second, okay? So
That's
So
fine.
somebody like Mary who doesn't use email regularly, then you're saying shall be delivered to her. Or
Yes.
every board member.
I have
So that
done,
would mean Rose would have to deliver it. So if we worded it, a copy of the proposed agenda shall be emailed or made available, then Mary's could be put in her box, that's made available
That's fine.
and emailed. It's just a technical thing.
Well, I would prefer to have mine
Emailed.
emailed.
So it shall be emailed or made available.
So if you decide not to email it to me and throw it in my
Oh,
mailbox,
I see what you're saying. So you want it to specify that it is emailed.
yes.
There has to be
And.
allowance.
Oh, well, there you go. That should be
Emailed
that. A
and.
copy of the proposed email shall be emailed and made available.
Print it out, put it in your box and email it.
There you go. Okay, great, great. There you go.
I still have a question with the 5 business days because
we're
most
dropping
people,
business.
I know, but I think it should still be in there because for most people, business days are Monday through Friday.
Yeah, but
No, it can't be in there because it then extends everything another couple of days. So if I want to have something in on the agenda,
you have to have it to me by last Friday and it has to be available yet, 2 days ago.
So,
technically I can't get anything on the agenda because
so I think that as long as what
Just
we
add
just
it.
agreed upon is in compliance with the law, because there is definitely a law that states how many days it has to be delivered to us in
Right.
advance and how many days it has to be posted. So we need to confirm that this complies with that and make sure it does.
third line, and it says 10 business days.
Right, cross out the 10 business days. We can reconfirm that that's in the
Yeah.
law.
Where are you getting 10? Mine says 6 on both of them.
Well,
No,
because
but-
there's some that have been crossed out and handwritten on, but this one, the official one says 10.
Okay. So you want to keep it 10, Jim?
No.
You're crossing off 10 and putting
30 days.
I,
5.
Yeah, because I mean, the whole idea, the whole purpose of getting something added to the agenda is usually because it just comes up. So it should be 5.
and then in the last paragraph, in my copy, it says the proposed agenda shall be approved by a majority vote following the roll call is crossed out and consent agenda is put in a board meeting with each board members at each board meeting. I don't, it's a change that's, I don't know if it was approved in the past, because, you know, again, this is the one that is on the website and was downloaded and
Yeah.
red markings on it, like,
The proposed agenda has a consent agenda already on it, so why would it have to be repeated?
Because it used to look like this.
Yeah.
well, because
Oh,
the way it's written,
Right.
So
I'm
maybe we
just
should
calling into question,
How that should be
take
worded.
this and.
should be roll call, should consent, and Dave has changes to the following.
Yeah, because I mean,
I just,
My question is, do we even need to put in the policies and procedures an agenda? There is no statutory
That's not required.
agenda requirement or agenda form.
all right, so maybe
take
just,
all that out.
yeah, scratch all that, including when it'll be approved at the board meeting.
Right,
That's it.
right. And are we still getting the Elmira Township Fire Department committee report?
So,
It's on mine.
I know,
According to what I heard yesterday, we will be.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We talked about that.
That's Homestead.
No.
Or we're renting.
Elmira says they're gonna take over
Oh, with
inland
Elmira.
and lake and control the whole area.
No. It'll go to reporting. We're not officially open.
So make sure.
Office hours are 10 to 2.
Maybe think about just leaving it at committee reports and not going into the A through whatever.
Right, because they can
Committee
change.
reports.
But I mean, honestly, this doesn't need to be in our policies.
I was
There's
gonna
No,
say,
it doesn't.
we don't need to.
None
have
of
that.
no reason to lay out everything that's gonna be on the agenda in the policy and procedures. It'll be, you know,
Same with consent agenda,
Yes, and that should be removed as well.
there's another 10 days in it.
Okay, I have to leave. I've already been here a little bit longer than I should have been. Here's your board packets.
Do we have to approve for her to go and take a recess? Is that even?
no, we just put it in the note or the minutes that she left.
I put it in my minutes. I left at 10 o'clock.
Oh, I'm just curious, 'cause that was. So, let's see, we could take a break and have another donut.
Yeah, actually, you guys want to recess for 5
Go to the
minutes?
bathroom.
Recess 10 o'clock.
Can we play kickball?
Yeah.
You have basketball. The fire department.
They are pretty good.
You have to see it set up.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Rose.
We actually got through something.
We made it almost through public comment last time.
Just out of curiosity, from the last meeting, the draft sick leave policy and accounts payable and all that stuff,
Yes.
who,
One is,
where did this come from?
I think the sick leave policy came from Foster Swift. And then the accounts payable policy, I think. I don't know, but there, we took manners, we're not gonna do that one. But yeah, this came from what we're supposed to just put in place.
Another donut, you know, it's so bad for me for my coffee. And you need more coffee? Because both of us brought coffee.
No, thank you for asking.
You're a tea drinker.
Huh? We brought it just so that you guys would drink it, like.
I never seen Jim drink that much coffee.
And I almost burst
I
out
don't think
laughing.
that's quite the truth.
I almost burst out laughing when I noticed your conquest tumbler.
Only but goodie. My wife found that somewhere. Also, hit it Dr. Ray, or, yeah, Dr. Ray Bannon, no, Dr. Well, there's Ray Bannon, Dr. Benton West, Haji Bandit, and Johnny Quest.
Oh my gosh, I forgot all about that show until that.
I'll know it as soon as you say it.
What did you say? What did you
The name of Dudley Leroy's horse.
Horse?
What did you say?
Horse?
You got it.
Is it?
Yep. When I was in school, we had the winter term, we had a trivia contest. Started on Friday evening at 7:00 and went till Sunday at 7:00. 48 hours
Wow.
through the night on the local college 5-watt radio station. You could get it if you held your your radio across the street right. And that was, I think, the different questions had different point values.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's a big 15-pointer.
Wow. I played a lot of trivia. So and
We were actually written up.
for right playing trivia? Wow, that's impressive. Written up in a good way or a bad? My daughter used to lead trivia at one of the bars downtown.
Maybe we should have a special meeting at the Credible Modes Thursday. Trivia.
Oh, I'm gonna be gone. Or I would. But yeah, we could do something, go to. We've been trying. I think they may have actually done it. My daughter every time, because we go play music bingo and shorts or sweets.
Hmm.
And my daughter's been asking them to do trivia down there. Mhm. And they talked about it. Well, not music trivia. They have music bingo.
Oh,
Yeah, but it's not like strict. You don't have to, they'll tell you who the artist is or the song is, you check your bingo card. Although they don't tell you right away. So, you know a lot. You don't know a lot of music?
I don't know.
You don't have to
Popular
know.
music.
Yeah.
Classical music I could probably do.
Nobody does classical music because everybody else knows the popular.
I'm classical. I don't know any popular.
Well, you're talking like classic rock versus Bach or Beethoven.
I'm talking fucking Beethoven.
Yeah, well,
We're talking classic rock.
Shostakovich, Tchaikovsky,
No,
Brahms.
that was.
Although I do regularly listen to classic music now. Every week.
Bach and Beethoven.
Mhm. It's really good for babies, and so I play it for Levi.
you could listen to Jethro Tull. He took riffs from classical. Or Frank Zappa.
Well, we do listen to American Idol too. So we get our wide variety because that's our singing and dancing time.
Frank Zappa introduced me to Edgar Varese.
Probably not the worst thing for example.
It's gonna use people too, so.
He did not do drugs. He didn't let anybody in the mothers.
Really?
No, I stereotype them.
Yeah. And you. That was a triple patch cover.
It's actually surprisingly conservative in some ways. And very, very political.
Interesting.
So I just saw in here, even underlined, it says during the committee report section, no new business will be taken up. I think we do that every time.
I do agree that we need to just stop doing that so much. I don't think we should eliminate it altogether.
I think we need to get the committees on board with the submission timeline to put business on.
I don't think we, how did you word that? Because I think we should demand that they get them in on time, or they don't get included.
Right. Yes. And given there are always going to be exceptions, that doesn't need to be a policy, but there's an understanding that you've got 3 to 5 minutes to make your thing, not half an hour.
So I think that a lot of this can be eliminated into some basic, don't you? Rules?
Stuff on page 8.
Mhm.
What page are you guys on now?
We'll reconvene.
Oh, I'm sorry, we started
Yeah.
without back in meeting. I mean, do we need to list the entire consent agenda stuff on there? Do you think so?
No.
I don't know that we need to have a consent agenda at all anymore. I'd approve them item by item, we'll take that one. And
Some months we might have exceptions that we need to get specific, and most of the time we don't, so.
so, I mean, we can just say approve minutes, approve the financials, approve unpaid bills.
Right.
You wanna do that rather than have a consent agenda? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I just don't think it's, I mean, we end up pulling things out of it,
Mhm.
and then you gotta make a motion to approve it, pull it out. It's supposed to save time during the board meeting, but it doesn't really do that. No.
It might save time now, though. I mean, we're pulling out, because we are taking steps to approve some of that technically beforehand,
Yeah.
like.
Yep.
Right now, I didn't want that, the finances to be included in there, because nobody was looking at the checks.
Right.
But now that we are going to make a policy that we already pre-approve the checks, then we don't.
Yeah, prior, you guys.
Right,
had so
it's
many
prior
mistakes
done.
And everything, so now I had to get it pulled up. So,
Yeah, I understand.
I mean.
Right, so that's the reason that was always pulled out. I'm just, yeah.
Hopefully it was
Just so
taken
we
care of.
don't have
Right.
mistakes.
Mhm.
But
Right.
We're taking out the setup of the agenda from the policy.
Yeah.
We
Then
can
we can do
add
it
a consent
anyway.
agenda in there
Exactly,
when we,
right. And this says all board members shall be conducted under Robert's Rules of Order.
Well,
I don't think I've been to a
I-
meeting that
I was
has
gonna
been.
say two.
I think that should just scratch.
2.4.4, you beat me to it. Well, I've been a strong advocate of Robert's Rules in any body that I've been involved in. I tried for years to get previous board, this board, to get even Robert's Rules in brief. And, it's like a 30-minute read. Won't do it. We don't follow Robert's Rules.
right,
So I would strike that, and I would actually I disagree with the whole public input limited to 3 minutes and the floor is closed to public comment. I think that's restrictive. I think that turns people off from coming to meetings because if the only public comment in the beginning and the end has to be directed to the chair and limited to 3 minutes, how do you have discourse? How do you have conversation? And one of the things that I think you've done extremely well. But by the way, you're covering the speaker with the paper or microphone. I think one of the things you've done extremely well is allow people in the public to contribute to whatever conversation we're having about whatever agenda item.
Right.
Because frequently, people in the audience are, have something constructive to contribute. Right. I think it's our responsibility to listen to them.
Right. And in here it says, the floor is closed to public comment and it's all gonna be conducted by Robert's Rules of Order, which doesn't allow the public comment.
Where do you guys have that? I don't see Robert Rules of Order at all.
Under board rule structure,
2.4. All board meetings shall be conducted under Robert's Rules of Order.
Okay, I personally, I don't think we need the Robert's rules in there, and I think 3 minutes may be too short of a time for public comment. I've seen some people who are very long-winded, like myself at times. I would like to see some kind of limit in there, even if we're not enforcing it, but so that,
I'm not listening.
Dave, I would like to
You're
hear
over 3
some.
minutes.
I would like to see some kind of limit in there so that if we get somebody who comes in here and rants and raves for an hour, like I've had in my office, we can stop it.
Right.
And we can't stop it if we don't have a policy for it. So whether it be 10 minutes, I think that there just has to be some kind of cutoff for an extreme case.
Yeah, I would think even 5 minutes, because if we have something in here that's really controversial and we invite the public to say everything, we could be here for many, many hours, even with people.
That's what I'm
limited to
saying.
5
And
minutes.
again, we don't have to enforce it. I think,
What's
but
necessary.
unless necessary, there just has to be something in case that, like a gravel pit came back up. Would you want somebody to be able to speak for 2 hours?
No,
But supervisor should have you have a time limit.
But I believe
the
that you-
Supervisor has the authority to let it go and cut it off.
Yeah.
Exactly. but
If they're
you don't have
making
a
valid
minute listed.
points,
Well, that's my point.
you can
is-
say, all right.
Right, but if you don't put any kind of limit in there, you can't stop anybody from
Right.
speaking as much as they want.
Right. But yeah, because later in here, it says that on every subject, there would be public input. So it contradicts itself later in
yeah.
the policies.
Limited to X number of minutes, at the discretion of the chair.
There you go. I think that's a great way to do it. They're just, you can put 5 minutes, or determined by supervisor or chair.
5 minutes are determined by the chair.
At the discretion of the chair.
Mm-hmm.
But you're taking out the part in the meeting structure that the floor is closed to the public.
Right. Well, I mean, at that,
Again, I think that's the discretion of the chair to say, hey, moving on,
Correct.
We've heard from Brower enough.
Spit it out.
It's time for the board to discuss blah, blah, blah. Again, I think we got hogtied by trying to define things too much. So I do agree with having a limit in there so that we can have a limit.
Yeah, the floor.
For public comment,
Closed for public comment.
but then after that, the floor is closed to public.
Mhm.
That was number 4 is what it is.
Yeah, I'd strike that.
But you're not gonna have a time when you say we've had enough discussion and now we need to.
no, that'll be the discretion. I mean, if there's, 20 people here and they each want to talk, as long as they're making valid points, I'm gonna let them speak their mind, but
right?
like the one lady at the.
But once they speak their mind, you're still gonna have the discretion to say, okay, we've heard everybody, now we need to.
Yeah,
Okay, I
Yeah.
just wanna make sure I understand that.
and as we're discussing, maybe something else will come up and we'll ask for something from somebody, but
Mhm.
Actually, the heading should be agenda structure, not meeting structure. Agenda item structure.
Alright. And then I think we just covered public participation.
Yeah.
In here, so.
Change it to 5 minutes.
It's interesting that the meeting structure is, that we just went through is written completely backwards to shall be conducted under Robert's rule.
Right. That's the thing is,
Mhm.
Yeah, sorry, I went backwards on you.
Okay.
245,
that, yeah, that covers the public comment,
Mhm.
but I mean, it's all this is in here now.
I think that gentleman needs help with a copy of something in my,
Yeah.
okay. For there.
No, work sessions, you can come and go. Yeah, so I don't know that we need 245 at all.
I agree.
Where are we at? I'm sorry.
We just struck 245
Okay,
in its entirety.
okay, so 2.46, are we on that? Because I have
Yeah.
some comments.
Yep.
I think this needs to stay in there, and I think we need to figure out how to enforce this, and there's really no way to enforce it. So then things came to my attention yesterday that fall under this. We have overpaid the IRS $16,000 as of today. For payroll taxes.
19.
Well, it's closer to 19 if you add the credit we still have. They told me that every quarter at least, they've been sending a form, I have the number of that form in my office, to our building addressed to the township board. I think that's a pretty important thing that all of us should be aware of that's not being done correctly. And I feel like it's being hidden. So along with this correspondence, somewhere in this, a copy of written correspondence, I've also, and I'm really not trying to nitpick, I'm just trying to make sure that things get done right. Clearly, we've overpaid taxes, and clearly nobody wants to share that with us. Normally, it's one of the things MTA tells you to really watch for, because it's usually the opposite way. They underpay and they're hiding that from the board as a person doing payroll.
Payroll taxes.
We're talking payroll taxes. We just got 2 checks back from the IRS. One of them, which was kept in an office for over 2 weeks before it was turned over to me to get to the bank, because they were, I believe, trying to hide it. Why else? And another thing that I have witnessed, my clerk has witnessed, my former clerk has witnessed numerous times. Somebody drives up and checks the mail and drives away with the mail. I think under no circumstances should that be allowed, and I don't know how to address that in here, because as I was telling Dave the other day, when we were discussing this, my daughter sent out wedding invitations over 6 weeks ago. She's been complaining people aren't sending out RSVPs. I called a couple people and they said, I never got an invitation because they fell down between the seats and the console of her fiance's car. And only when he cleaned out his car did he then find them. And that happens to all of us. Things fall between there, right? Well, what if an IRS notice of non-payment is falling between a seat? What if somebody's election absentee ballot is falling between a seat? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a pretty important, so there's no reason to drive away for an hour, 2 hours from the mailbox. All mail, once it's checked there, I understand that we check it in our cars, should be immediately, as quickly as possible, brought into this building.
I agree.
And that's all I have.
I should just add all mail removed from the township mailbox should be immediately brought in to
The office.
the office and
However you can get, I mean, obviously, sometimes you're coming from your homes, both of us live that way, you check the mail. I usually just pull right into the tree people's place and cut across.
What?
When you're checking the mailbox and you're coming from home on your way here,
yeah.
right, like you're already just a little bit past this driveway, so it's kind of hard sometimes to turn directly in here, so I turn into the tree people, turn around,
Okay.
and then wait for an opportunity to cut across. I'm just saying, there's ways to do it without going home or to the store.
Yes, I mean, I don't care what route you take, or if you
Right.
run across the street to do it.
I've done that
If you take it out of the mailbox, it goes
as
direct,
quickly as it can.
just say directly to, there are no other,
Yes.
Right.
just goes directly to the office to be date stamped as received.
And I think that this part here needs to be clearly,
Which part?
the part where it says that all of it should be, copies should be given to the board. I think that needs to start happening.
Mhm.
And I think we should side on the error of everything unless it's clearly a bill or something stupid, but.
Yeah.
So scratch off requesting board action, just put the copy of the written correspondence addressed to the board is given to us.
Yeah, that's what we should all be aware of all of that.
Yeah, I agree.
And then when we get to 6/5, which is incoming mail, we can put it in there that it comes directly into the office.
I don't know that this consultant part needs to be in here, does it? I mean, we clearly have that right?
Yeah. I mean,
Dropping to 247.
I don't think that we need it, do you? Somebody's gotta go through and correct all the typos if we keep it.
Do we talk about our attorney somewhere else?
Yeah, under litigation, the 2.48.
I don't think we need to define who our consultants are, because
No.
where's our IT consultant? That'd be, why do we need an engineer?
And that may change based on what we're consulting them for.
right.
But the points 1 through 7 of,
Those are crossed off in mine.
I know they're crossed off, but
They're not on
do we? Yeah, let's just cross this all out and we'll take care of it as a board.
mine. Right?
Well, I think we should keep just a sentence under board consultants and say the township reserves the ability to appoint consultants, period. Because if we don't say it, then there's nothing that gives us authority to do so.
Isn't that somewhat worded
We don't,
the way in here already?
we have authority as a board
Yeah.
to manage the township. We don't have,
Yes.
we don't
Right.
need to have a.
I think state law covers says,
Mhm.
Otherwise, we're gonna start getting into,
Right?
So scratch.
because by this, we can't have it.
Right.
We can't have,
Somebody do payroll or somebody do accounts payable.
Okay.
Our job is to manage the township. I don't have anything until 2/5/2.
So you're all okay, you wanna keep litigation and direction and day-to-day control in here?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Okay.
Meeting attendance.
The bylaws, the only statutorily required body that needs bylaws is the planning commission. And I know the events committee worked up theirs, but if we have each committee cranking out their own set of bylaws, it's gonna turn into a mishmash of nonsense.
Yeah, I think we should just take that out, because the planning commission in their rules mandates that, right? So we don't have to clarify that in here. And I don't know that we need to have, again, we can't force anybody to be at meetings. I think it's a reason that people can recall you, and it's also a reason that you can write to the governor of the state and have somebody removed if they don't attend on a regular basis meetings. It's part of your statutory duties.
Right, I mean. They're under state law, they're subject to removal, but not by the authority of the board at all.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. So that doesn't even really need to be there.
So take out 5.2 and 5.3.
5.2 and 5.1.
Pardon?
5.1 and 5.2. Meeting
Oh.
attendance and bylaws.
Okay,
Their minutes still need to be.
right.
In the clerk, so.
And is attendance in the minutes, is that attendance of
Who was there?
Board
board members or
members.
how many in the audience?
Oh. Yeah,
Board members.
so maybe just change it to minutes and roll call.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, because then you have to list in your minutes all the people that attended your board meeting by getting your names. Roll call, right?
Just the members.
Okay.
Like our roll call is just. us
Okay,
members.
okay, okay.
Board roll call.
Just minutes and board member attendance.
There you go. Because you need me? I can get up. They said. Because it's a working meeting.
All right, so 3 is.
So we're actually working on 312, developing job descriptions. All that stuff.
Right.
Nothing jumps out.
Well, and the manor report does come with the statutory job descriptions for most of us. Appropriate grade and compensation is probably scratch because that'll go through the compensation committee.
Where are you?
Number 6, under
Page 12.
3.1.2. Yep.
I don't think there's been much in the way of interviews for terminating employees. The only one I can remember doing is a couple times when we had different fire chiefs decide that they were going to leave.
Mhm.
I can only remember doing one exit interview. And there were no, as far as I know, there were no notes about that. It was just an oral report. But do we still want to do exit?
Yeah, because I mean, if somebody's leaving for a reason, that would be their opportunity to bring it to our attention so that we can be informed of, you know, Dayton left because Rose is sexually harassing him too much.
Okay.
With story later.
And we'll strike that from the minutes.
I don't have anything until 323.
Alright. For personnel
I
file.
don't have anything either. So what do you have for 323?
Fourth line down, information that may be contained on the document is, I would strike deleted and
Yeah.
put in redacted.
I would also like, I guess I'm not sure how. I'm gonna think this through first here. Well, first of all, the clerk isn't doing FOIA anymore. So, and this implies,
Right, but you would still have to take it to her to get personnel files. Right.
so I guess that's my question. Are personnel files specified under statutory duties that the clerk maintains them? We know that?
Yeah, but then the, I believe so, manner report.
Well, that just may be their recommendation. I'm just curious if that's mandated or if the supervisor could be the one in charge of personnel records.
I think the clerk, I'd have to, I'm only guessing in my foggy memory, but I think the clerk is responsible for that.
Okay.
So it's open, those files are open to all board members.
Well, so my question is actually on the other side of that. Like, I would really like to be able to figure out a way, for example, for Rosemary to get paid to be my deputy. She, would really like her personnel information to not be held by our clerk. And so I don't know how there's any way around that is my question, so that she can get, and she's not gonna get it.
I would say, given the situation, it's a fair question to raise to our attorney, and I'm in favor of spending a few $100s to see if we can resolve that.
And I'll start with MTA. And then they don't have,
Okay, so I just wanna know if it's a requirement by them, if we hire a payroll person, are they allowed to maintain those personnel records? I know those have to be locked, I know they have to be available if they meet the FOIA requirements. But is there any way around having it be the clerk that has to maintain them?
Dave, you understand the situation?
Yeah.
I think you can describe it.
yeah, I'll talk to MTA first, cause they're
Okay,
free.
yeah, they're free.
And then,
Make sure you ask them, standard question, is there any loophole around it? Because there's always a loophole around everything.
The editor's report for the clerk's duties does cite Michigan case laws.
Oh, it does, okay.
It says maintains custody of all township records, books, legal documents, and ensures public access to records as required under the Michigan Freedom of Information Act.
So then by
falls under the
that,
clerk.
so by that statute, then she should be the FOIA coordinator. From my understanding of what we learned in our classes is that even though something is,
That's on page 86.
okay,
The manner.
I'll find that, 86. In manner.
She's responsible for maintaining all the information, but a FOIA request is accessing that information.
Correct.
So you might have to work with the clerk to get the information.
That's not my point or my question.
Uh,
That's okay, I know, but I understand what you're saying.
As I understand it, FOIA doesn't fall under anyone's statutory responsibility.
Right, that was my understanding from MTA too, and that's why I'm saying that, so, so also with MTA, what they said to us, and they stressed repeatedly, was that even though something is somebody's statutory duty, because we don't get to hire somebody for that job. If they cannot do that statutory duty, it is the board's responsibility to make sure it's getting done. So it doesn't necessarily have to be them, they just have to know that it's getting done.
Correct.
So could we make payroll that same type of thing? She's not capable of doing payroll correctly, so we're gonna take it away and get those personnel payroll files to that payroll person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Alright.
so we just need to, I mean, I'm okay with this staying in there for now until we find out that information and maybe reword it at that time.
I don't have anything until 3/6.
3.3 says that the board is going to determine the pay rate for township positions. And now that's coming from the finance committee.
Oh, the finance
No, it's
committee-
not.
It's a recommendation.
Recommendation.
Board
Approves.
makes the approval. How your position works.
The board approves
So therefore the board is setting it.
or
denies it.
disapproves, yeah, or
Yeah.
denies the finance.
Committees advise the board. The board is the one that makes the decision.
I understand that, but
So it's still the board's responsibility to
The board shall
determine.
the pay rate.
Right.
Not the finance committee.
We take.
I know that. Yeah. But I'm saying that it wouldn't hurt to put in that that we're going to get a report from the finance committee. Not
We
that,
don't know that we're always gonna have one. We hope that we always will.
I was just gonna say, not that that's going to be always the way it's done, but it'd be nice to have it in there for what we're doing now to cover.
It's the kind of redundant information that I don't think is necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't think it's necessary, and I think it would be nice to have. I'm not saying that maybe it's not redundant, but I would like to know that that is not just coming from us. That's like saying to somebody that I want to be paid this amount of money for what I'm doing.
That's how it was done for years and years before we had a finance committee.
Okay, if
Yeah, you
you,
guys don't ever let me continue my statement. And then when I get ready to try and explain myself, you've cut me off.
explain yourself.
That's what I was trying to do. I'm just saying that it's nice, in my opinion, to have something that says, we don't just say to the people, this is what I'm going to be paid. But that information is coming from an outside source, the finance committee, as a report to us as to what they think those guidelines should be as to what we pay ourselves.
Okay, this is where I think you're wrong. I'm just Joe Citizen, and I read through this and it says, compensation comes from the compensation committee and the board. The compensation committee said that I should be getting paid $75 an hour, and the board said, no. It says the compensation committee contributes to it. The way the laws are structured, the board is the boss of the township. Now we have to explain to this irate person, me, that wants $75 an hour for doing nothing, that the compensation committee has been overruled. Putting details in like that creates more problems than it solves. It's your responsibility as a board member to understand how this works. It's your responsibility as a board member to explain to individuals in our township how the board works. And I think putting extra verbiage in where none is necessary only confuses situations. It doesn't explain them.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from, but I still have the right to have my own opinion.
You do.
Didn't suggest that you didn't.
So we could vote on it. I mean, I guess if that's what you want us to do. If you're saying it should be in there, we're saying it shouldn't be in there. Do we vote? How are we solving these? That's my question.
I don't think there's a good reason to have it in there.
I agree completely. I too agree that when you overcomplicate things, it raises more questions and potential problems. I think everybody in the public who even cares, we don't have a lot of attendance at our meetings, that's clear. I think those few people understand that it is the board's responsibility and their ability to set
Right.
salaries anyway. And sometimes it may be the finance committee that recommends that. Sometimes it may be that we put together a compensation committee. Every month, or every year, it could be done differently, because we could have a new supervisor every year. We could have a new board member who wants to try it another way.
And as is pointed out by Maynard's multiple descriptions of committees, their responsibility is strictly advisory. They don't have the last say.
We don't need to bring it to a vote because it's already 3-1, so.
Well,
let's
Dave
move on.
hasn't
Yeah.
stated one way or
I
the other.
guess my big thing is we actually haven't ever gotten anything from the compensation committee. So to put in there that we wouldn't do anything without a recommendation. It's kind of.
Dumb bump.
I am hoping, and I did ask the compensation committee to submit at least part of it to this next board meeting, so that would be at that point an inaccurate statement.
I'm just saying, at this
As of
point, we
today.
have never gotten
That
a
is true.
recommendation, so to say that we will go off that recommendation is.
I also think by adding the compensation committee, it detracts from the authority of the board.
Correct.
Like I say, it's 3-1. Let's move on.
Doesn't even matter. It's 2-2 and we're only 4 of us, so it fails.
No, Dave is agreeing, I believe, with based on his
Why?
statement.
Saying you, even if he agreed.
Oh,
Yeah. All right, to 3-5.
No, I don't have anything till 3-6.
Okay, 3-6.
so when you guys, I just want to clarify, when you guys say that you don't have anything, you're stating it should remain in here.
Yeah.
Nothing jumped out
Nothing
as
changed,
like,
okay. Okay.
In 6, number 4, the last sentence, at least 3 non-related references shall be contacted. Ever contacted references for anybody that's applying for any of the positions?
No, as a matter of fact, when I asked, when we were hiring Dave, I asked at a board meeting prior to that, if I was allowed to contact references, and they told me no, I was not allowed to. So I didn't do it, and I hadn't read through this whole policy yet. I wanted to do it, no
Did we
offense,
give
I wanted to
references?
do it. Yeah,
Oh, we
some of
did?
you guys
Okay.
did, not everybody did,
Okay.
but some of the applicants did, and I wanted to call them all, and I was told I couldn't.
I see absolutely nothing wrong with contacting references, but adding that at least 3 non-related, what
Like shall be contacted too, which means we have to contact them.
Right,
even if-
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think that it should be worded so that we can contact them if we would like to. So if we're having a hard choice, if we have to choose a new supervisor between 2 people, that if somebody calling somebody and getting a reference from them helps to break that tie,
Sure.
we have that ability.
Sure. Well, and, not having had immediate business experience hiring people, but so much has changed just in the last decade, let alone the last 30 years. Basically, when asking for employee references from an employer, about all you're gonna get is, yes, they worked for us.
Yes.
Maybe yes, they worked for us from a timeline. Was Ted a good employee? Ted worked for us from June 5th through blah, blah, blah. You aren't gonna get diddly.
I agree, but you confirmed one thing already, you said, you confirmed that they in fact wrote down that they worked there, and that is true. Because some
Correct.
people might not even list that correctly.
Correct. And then the other thing that's in the sentences as it stands is non-related reference. Now, my assumption is, okay, I gave my brother as a reference. Well, that one doesn't count. Of course, in my case, he wouldn't give me a good reference. I don't know that we need to say anything about reference. I mean,
Yeah.
we should contact them if they're available, but that's just,
Yeah.
again, do we, when you leave, lock the door, when you finish, flush the toilet.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, come on.
Yeah, I mean, if we ask for references, obviously, if they give them, then they would expect that they'd be contacted.
That's actually a great point, for some, fire department or, some other important job here, and Dave, when you apply, we'd like some references.
Mhm.
How many? As many as you'd like to supply,
Right.
There are people, and I know that there are very strict laws now regarding, confidentiality information. But I do also know for certain because my previous job contacted my references. And then they came back to me and told me about what they said. And yes, that person didn't have to provide any information, but because they liked me and they wanted to strongly recommend me, they went on and on their own.
That you call me, I can volunteer stuff.
Exactly,
And I can volunteer stuff at my peril.
exactly,
Teresa was great, except for the one thing.
exactly.
Well, I didn't do it. I told you I didn't, so I didn't get the job. I'm gonna sue you because, geez, I shouldn't have said that.
Exactly.
That's on me. If, on the other hand, Dave asked me, so did she do this one thing? And then I talk about it. Now we're both on the hook. But if he didn't ask me, I just volunteered, only I'm on it, so it's
Right.
just,
So if Rosemary and Ted are up for the trustee position, and, they're both great, they both regularly attend, they both are attention to detail people, what's that breaking point to who I want to put on the board? So if they provide me with
Yeah.
references and I call Rosemary's and they say, yeah, she worked here from this month to this month, and Ted's a great guy, he's gonna bring this, and he's gonna bring that, that might be the deciding factor.
Exactly.
So I think
Yep.
we should have that.
Absolutely. But I don't think it needs to be as.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be
It
detailed.
doesn't need to be in there, and it definitely doesn't need to say shall, because that would mean
Right, I
we
agree.
are for sure gonna contact them, even if, somebody who's on parole for arson is applying to be a firefighter. We don't need to call their references. But
It is a strong thing that happens. Most arsonists do like to join fire departments.
That's true.
It's a proven thing.
all right, employee supervision.
Employee evaluations,
Yeah.
formal written evaluation at the end of 3 months and at the end of 6 months. Is that gonna happen?
I don't know that, I think they should be, at this point, most of our employees have already been here longer than that. I
Yeah.
think just the one should be, I think it should just stay yearly or more if whatever.
But at the same time, if we are gonna hire somebody new, I mean,
Do we
at
wanna give
least
them
the
a
6
90-day
month, or is it
probation?
30 or 3 month, at least one of those should be in there in case, we do hire them and they just aren't getting it done.
So that first sentence would cover
I mean,
that.
Yeah. Ongoing back.
6
Yeah.
months better than 3 months.
I guess we don't really need and shall receive formal written evaluation in 6 months.
I would just say at the end of the 6 months. So if they're on a 6-month trial, at the end of 6 months, we should tell them what they need to do to prove if they want to stay. And, right?
Yeah.
Or you think 3 months?
I mean, honestly, if you have somebody new, you should actually review them in 3 months, because if they aren't picking up and learning.
Right,
what
but
they're
you can do
supposed to be
that.
doing, why keep them to 6 months without, why tell them at 6 months if they're not doing the job, Tell them at 3 months, look, we expect you to be up to this point, get there by 6 months.
Right.
Why don't we leave it as is, and if we find that we're not following it, as with all policies and procedures, we can make a change down the road.
Yeah.
But you don't have anything laid out for any disciplinary actions.
39.
Oh, shall be considered probation. Well, it does say that it doesn't say that necessarily, it just doesn't, will be evaluated on an ongoing basis and shall receive they'll get a formal written thing at 3 months and 6 months. 6 months, your formal thing can be termination if they are
Yeah.
going into 3 month
Well, and
evaluation.
we're still an at-will state, so if they're not getting the job done or,
I can fire you for any reason except the wrong reasons.
I think that this within 1 month of the employee's anniversary date needs to be removed because we don't even know people's.
right.
And if we're gonna do it with budgets, I think it should just be evaluated at 1-year intervals.
Yeah. Take out anniversary date.
And I don't think department head should be in there either. I just think it should be just left at that.
Right.
The clerk and the treasurer and the supervisor doing the.
No, it should just say township, it should just say department head shall be evaluated by the township board.
Yeah, because the largest
It's not
departments
really
are.
department heads, though, because you're talking any employee, correct?
So the department heads should be, so that would be like Dayton would be kind of supervising his guys. We as a board would be evaluating Dayton.
But
He's really our only person who has other people under him.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do about your janitor and then all firefighters?
That's employees. That's the 6-month evaluation and then the yearly evaluation.
I believe the 6-month is just for the new probationary.
Right.
Yeah.
So the probational can, I mean, like, do we have to have to, if we aren't gonna keep those sections, that line should be removed as well. Yeah, you're right, as Will state, we can discharge them for any reason, so that whole sentence can be
Right.
crossed out too,
The probational employee.
all the way up to all employees will be evaluated at 1-year intervals.
Got it.
Does anybody have this document in a Word document form?
I do.
You have it in Word?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
this is I converted the
Okay,
the one, the
Yeah.
PDF offline, I converted it. That's why some of this, like the typos are like,
From-
just
from
like
that
crazy
conversion.
stuff, it'll
okay,
change stuff to question marks and dashes.
all right, good. So some of this will be easy to,
Yeah.
because I asked for the Adobe and I still haven't gotten that, so I can do
Yeah,
that
but I
too.
did find that you can just click on the Adobe file, you right click on it, go to open with in Word. it'll convert it.
Mine won't. You have the program on in the background then, because Rose had paid for it for her computer.
Oh.
Your computer just doesn't like you.
He doesn't like me. Sorry.
I thought it was.
So I can
Word-
give it to you.
Word
because
was converting it.
No. So I have a couple documents that you can convert from email to that. That would, okay.
The suspension and discharges, isn't that just going to be the board making the final decision?
No, because if Dayton wants to fire a firefighter, he should have that right. Or an EMS person. As long as he's following what we have set as guidelines.
Mhm, yeah.
I understand that, but when he says that somebody wants to be, or if somebody wants to be discharged from the fire department, we still approve that, don't we?
Only when they're hired.
We don't say that.
Oh, no,
they-
when people resign, we
Yeah.
accept their
We
resignation.
still have to accept it.
Well, the last few haven't come before the board, right? Aren't there a couple like, well, I don't know if they've officially left. They don't regularly come, right? It's just, like, we haven't issued a paycheck for months for Denise, right? There's a couple of them that we haven't. And so I don't know if they're officially no longer employees or if they're just on vacation, go away for the winter. I don't,
And of course, those aren't.
but Dayton knows.
Those aren't really suspensions and discharges either when they voluntarily leave.
But we don't know if they, yeah, we don't know if they've left permanently or not.
I wouldn't want to take that away from Dayton,
No.
because
No,
especially
We
on
don't,
a call, if someone's doing something stupid and he needs to just hold them off,
right.
it doesn't need to come to the board.
no, I agree completely. He should get to, unless there's a question, if he doesn't know,
Right.
right, and which I think he would do anyway.
Yeah, I think if he was gonna fire somebody, he would bring it to us. It's,
Yeah, plus there's an appeals thing anyway, so they could come back to us.
I don't know that we need this appeal process. I think if somebody is fired because they steal something at a fire or EMS call, they shouldn't have any reason to appeal. I think that would automatically be done by the unemployment board, right?
I was gonna say, plus, I don't know how you know, if they came in on the fourth day and we say 3 days, you know, what standing do we have? I mean, a good attorney would blow through that one in a heartbeat. So I agree. I don't think us,
I never had a job where they told me I had 3 days to appeal being, I've never been fired either, but, so. Oh, you say yes, so tell us.
Yeah, I mean, I was wrongfully terminated. And I had to meet these deadlines to appeal to the board to have them review the whole reason that I was fired.
So maybe this is a lawyer question, because if we don't have a process in there, would you be able to go file a lawsuit? File a lawsuit?
add it to your list.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying,
I would have
yeah.
had a recourse and got my job back because I was wrongfully terminated, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
Needs to be there.
I mean, you have to protect the people.
You're right,
your-
you're
your
right.
Employees,
So Dave
you know,
said,
because maybe Dayton just doesn't like the way the guy wore his pants that day, or the color of his shirt, or whatever, you know what I mean?
right,
So you have to protect your employees.
except most days people get to keep a job no matter what, because it's so hard to replace them.
True.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, you're right. Right. You do. Or they won't come to work for you, maybe. And do we need to have this recognition thing in there?
It's one of those things that we should be educated enough to just do.
I agree.
Right. If somebody does something,
Somebody makes it in the paper, we'll congratulate them at the next board meeting in a positive way.
Say it in life.
Which we would do that,
yeah.
and the Record Patriot certainly would.
And 312, we need to take out Elmira Township Fire
I
EMS.
would strike the whole thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't need to be in there either.
Yeah.
Is that-
Well, are we still requiring though people in the fire department to live in Inland Township?
No.
No,
Okay.
and this also, yeah, this is the
And
homestead.
Yeah, 'cause
this
it
is
says it.
while Inland Township is in the midst of establishing our own response team.
Yeah, that, so that probably just should be scratched.
As difficult as it is to get firefighters, I wouldn't make it a strict requirement.
Yeah.
Just come in.
And if we have an employee, I mean, we don't really have any hourly employees that could then be a firefighter on top of it and go on a run.
We do, though. We have firefighters, and and again, that should be handled by the fire committee, because we have firefighters on our fire team that work for both Green Lake, us, Elmira. And at the MTA conference, they said they really should not be doing that. They should only be employed by one fire department.
Right. But
And I get that we're a smaller area, and then some of them that they want that to be their full-time job, so by between them, they do that. I don't know that we can restrict somebody, so I think that again, that should be resolved at the fire committee level. Or.
Right. But this is more for like, say Cindy was still on the fire department and she was cleaning and went on a run, that we wouldn't deduct her pay for cleaning because she went on a run.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay.
But,
Well, because based that she's a salary position,
Yeah.
she would just have to come back at her own time anyway.
right.
Which she does.
But that's what I'm saying. We don't
Yeah.
have any hourly employees that
Right,
would leave to go on a run, so.
true.
So what are we on now?
I don't know.
4.0,
4.1.1,
accounts payable, we already have a new policy for
I
that.
was gonna say,
Payroll, new policy.
That's covered in the other one, so we can take it out, right?
Accounts payable, we can take out
Warrant
411.
reports, all that can be taken out, because it's covered under manners.
Cash receipts is covered under the cash handling policy.
We're thinking 420.
Payroll,
We do a new accounts receivable? No.
we have not, did we go through all the payroll there? I would like to see us also hire out payroll. Did we already talk about that? I don't think we should use a company such as ADP. Payroll is not a statutory duty. I think that this here says, well, I guess this doesn't say who does it, but I would like to see us hire an individual to do payroll, such as Lindsay, or another person. And I think we should train them, give them access to what they need, and handle all payroll. I think that our clerk has stated numerous times she wants to do nothing that's not statutory. And because we have no accountability to her doing the job correctly, such as overpaying the IRS for the last 2 years, I think that we should hire somebody that we can fire if they're not doing it correctly.
But the payroll would still have to be signed by you and clerk, right?
Absolutely. So that it's still being supervised by the clerk and I. We both have the opportunity to deny signing that paycheck. So I don't know how we word that in this policy, but that is my strong recommendation. That we either train Lindsay. Lindsay is taking the training courses. Lindsay's willing to work on an hourly basis at her convenience to do payroll.
Well, let's look at the policy from the standpoint that we've already approved hiring an outside firm or outside person to do it. How would you approach?
Instead of the word clerk, I would just say payroll clerk, not
I think the word clerk should be completely eliminated, so there's no.
payroll processing person.
Yeah, the payroll person. The PPP, the payroll processing person. So all completed time cards shall be submitted to the payroll department. Because that allows everybody at the end of the month for the current month, at least 7 business days prior to the regularly scheduled board meeting. The payroll department shall be notified in writing at least 14 days prior to the end of the pay period of any changes.
You have to, this just says board review and planning commission, but you need time cards, you need to change that to.
Do we want 7 business days? Because that's really.
Yeah, that's too much.
That's 9 days. Minimum.
Well, in 421, you've only got 7 business days. So shouldn't it be the same?
No, it shouldn't, because 7 is when the time cards have to be. So in the next one is whether, like I had her take extra money out for my federal taxes.
Actually,
And that should be done in a more, needs more time to complete it so that it can be filed with the IRS and filed on your, or changed on your payroll.
actually, 7 business days doesn't work with us holding meetings on the second Monday of the month, because frequently we can have a meeting on the 8th. If it's 7 business days, it's actually 9 calendar days. Previous month hasn't ended. And so I would just make it 5 days.
Same.
I thought MTA said you didn't have to do like days, that you could specify a date, so like by the 5th of the month or the 20th of the month or whatever, instead of.
Right, so if the payroll,
By
so,
the third of the month.
well, this is, yeah, so if the payroll person that we hire needs, I think they should determine that day, but I think you're right, it should be a date. So if someone have 30 days, and if they say they can get payroll done in 2 days, like the 28th of each month, and they want everything to them by the 27th to get it done on the 28th, they should be able to pick that date of how much time they need to put that in.
kind of, sort of. So are you, or are you not setting a date that it would have to be in?
I'm not, I would just say that we don't, all completed time cards shall be submitted to the payroll department at the end of the month for the current month. And just leave it blank, at least, or
Just leave it blank.
just leave it blank. And then when we get a payroll person, we can add that to there if they need us to. And I think the 14 business days is fine for, because I don't think that happens that often to change your deductions voluntarily. And so, and again, because sometimes that takes time to fill that paper out with this there, so I don't think that's a big deal to leave that as is.
Teresa, does the process map on page 70 of Van Custarian help with what you're trying to achieve?
On page, yeah, that's the, I meant to, or
Mm-hmm.
yes. Yes, that's perfect.
So maybe that helps get where you're
Yeah,
trying to go.
it does. So maybe we don't even need to have
Yeah, I
that
was
in
gonna
this,
say.
because that's redundant then, because if there's already this in here, we don't need to,
So we strike 4.2 and
yeah, so, geez. Yay. Thank you. So this next part, 4.3,
Yeah.
424, we just need to change the clerk to payroll department on those.
we're gonna scratch the entire payroll part, because it's already covered in manner.
Oh,
we're scratching 4.2.
4.2 altogether, okay.
Right.
And same with 4.3.
4.3 we did,
That's also gonna be.
the cash handling is basically,
Cash receipts, 4.3, no, we need to go, is that all spelled
That's
out?
under the
That's
new
all spelled out,
policy.
okay.
the only thing that's not in there is the fiduciary bonds.
That though is covered by law.
Yeah, I don't know that it would belong in cash receipting anyway.
Yeah, and here's the thing, some of these that are listed on here are not law. There is no law that the supervisor has to have a bond.
Okay.
I don't believe there's even for the clerks. There is only that I'm aware of for the treasurer and the clerk. I don't know that we have one currently on the clerk. I don't know who does that. I've never seen it.
Yeah, this is the amount that we're all bonded for through the insurance company.
Oh, we are automatically, okay.
Are those dollar amounts all still the same?
Yeah.
And I have an additional bond that the county does for taxes.
Oh,
Oh, see, I thought that's why yours was higher, because taxes, like.
It is higher, I think that
So-
for that reason, but
Oh, can I review that with them?
I can ask her
I
what
don't know
ours
that
is,
we
but
need to be bonded then at all.
no, the clerk needs to be bonded
Oh, does she? Okay.
by law.
Oh, you were saying the deputies.
I don't know that the deputies do, but if our insurance automatically covers it, we should definitely keep it.
All right, so bank reconciliations is already covered.
Yep, project is covered.
Accounts receivable.
so the receipts also are taken care of? Or does that need to stay there? 4.33?
That's all already covered in manner.
Yeah, it's in the new policy.
So we're down to accounts receivable?
Yeah, which. Invoice preparation.
So Teresa, you're now doing the FOIA things?
I've been doing them for a while, but I think we need to confirm that with, if that is the statutory duty of the clerk.
So is that something that we're gonna have to check with our lawyer?
We should always check with MTA first because it's free. And this is like reports are, like all of 4.5 can be eliminated too, don't you think?
Who's being favor of that?
Yeah, so 4.4 and 4.5 both are covered.
Inventory of fixed assets, we got a new one for that.
Is that, we discussed that already, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Budgeting, we got a new one for
You, where are you at? What page?
that. 21.
Yeah.
I'm just a hair behind you. Hang by. Okay.
And this budgeting, we've already covered in there as well.
Mhm.
We don't need to put a purchase order system if we don't have one.
What are we on now?
We're just right now we're just crossing stuff off.
Yeah, 4.8, I'm just looking to make sure everything in expenditure control is covered in the manner purchasing.
You said 4.7's fine the way it is? Or what are you doing with budgeting?
Oh, we're scratching that because we got the
We already
manner
got
one.
the date, yes.
And same with 8?
Well, a lot of this is covered in there already, or we've done differently, so.
Oh, 4.8 is scratched then, right?
Processing of claims.
4.8, and then 5,
So expense reimbursements, that one we didn't cover, right?
Right,
page 24.
yeah, we only covered it for travel.
So mileage rates should be, we do that annually.
Yes.
Number 2, we don't have township vehicles, so of course we're all using our own vehicles.
Okay, I'm an honor, so if I don't need to drive back, I won't, but I will happily if he wants to.
I think this whole if reasonable meal can go.
Yeah,
Which one?
if reasonable meal and lodging expenses exceed those approved prior. Because we really don't even approve amounts, we approve lodging.
I can't find it that way. Where are you?
25.
Okay, I was looking at 25, but then what are you on?
That's 492.
Reasonable.
Yeah,
Okay, scratch this?
yeah.
Okay. Is personal expenses covered under our new policy?
Well, certainly it did talk about the alcohol and entertainment. So that, I think, and it covered receipts and all of that. So yeah, that personal expenses can be wiped out.
Right.
410, we got a new investment policy.
So we can scratch all that.
11 audits.
I would change 411 where it says biannually. I'd change that to annually.
Yeah, we already voted to approve that.
There's,
The first line.
Fine.
Oh.
By.
To annually. I definitely think that next line needs to stay in. I think we didn't follow this in the past. We had the same auditor for way more than 3 years. I don't know. Did we ask all these questions of the auditor we hired? Does that need to stay in there, Jim?
I think it's a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question back on the paragraph under audits. The second sentence, the audit contract may be for a period of up to 3 years, but shall not exceed the current board term of office.
That is because the idea is, like, we for a long time had an auditor. So at the one class that I took, they talked about, we don't want an auditor who has already long been here, because they will continuously spot check you. They will not do an in-depth investigation, and it's always good to have a new firm come in and change that up so that you're getting a more in-depth.
Yeah, new eyes on the
Right,
side.
exactly. So you want a new company every so often. So and you also do not, you want to have somewhat of a relationship with your auditor where you can call and ask them questions if you don't know for sure how to enter something into the general ledger. But your auditor should never be so comfortable that they actually make changes in your general ledger. They are not allowed to do that, and our former one did. I think the building access is pretty friggin' common, and we don't need that. Keys,
So making out 5-1 totally?
oh, I was saying it's common sense, to lock the door when you
common.
leave.
Yeah.
We don't need to specify that out.
Okay.
Keys, I think we need to have a much better key policy, and I don't think that this should be it. I think we should also, rekey. We talked about it before with the changes. I think I personally would like to see us go to an electronic system. I know that there will be an initial expense. I think that we should have something where if somebody wants to rent Bendon Hall, we're not handing a key that they can go to any place and get a copy of, because that's what we're doing. And we have keys. I have people call me and say, oh, I picked up a key a year ago and I never turned it back. I still have a key. And I'm like, okay, this should not be happening.
I like that idea, because what you're talking about, you can say, okay, Chris, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's good for this period of time,
Right.
and then it goes away. We either do a keypad one, or like on NCIS, can we do the eye scanner thing?
No, I don't like
No.
that.
So you're talking about like a card, like you, when, at a
Yeah.
hotel that you put through the door?
Well, honestly, I think we should talk to somebody about both pros and cons of both, because there are there are code ones where we can give somebody a temporary code they can go punch in, and it still monitors who was there and when, and by the code you gave to
Right.
people. So there is that way. I believe last I knew that way was more expensive than using like a card swipe. So same kind of idea as a temporary credit card. If you wanted to rent, I could give, that's what I'm saying. I could give you a card. I can deactivate that card. So if you keep that card, but then I charge you $25 for that card.
Right.
But if you give me that card back, I can reprogram it to the next person.
Yeah. And then they also got things where you can just set it, like there's key fobs
Yes, you can do that.
that, you know, like we could have to go do whatever, but then like for the rentals, you can just jump on the computer and be like, okay, they're gonna be from 10 to 4 today,
Right.
and it will just unlock for that time period.
So the cards can also work so that like you can, if you were renting Bendon, we would set it only to Bendon. But if you were a board member, you would have full access to everywhere, you know, or what we
Still need
gave
to
you.
have a backup system for when the power is off, you can still get in the building.
They all have that. They're
They're
battery
still
backup.
keyed,
Oh, okay.
but we wouldn't be handing those keys out.
Right,
We'd be handing out something that we
I
can.
just want to make sure there's a backup so that we're not locked out of the building.
The only real advantage of the keypad one, you can go, 4, 5, 6 digits, is that card fob, oh, well, you didn't leave it at the place you said you were gonna leave it for. Yeah. No. Okay, your code is.
Well, that's another that's another thing, and I don't know, like, so like we set up for the school for Dayton, a Knox box, is that what it's called?
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, that's another possibility. We could set a box outside of Bendon, and if that box can be programmed, but that's a lot of work for somebody to manually go down and do.
And every time it's gotta get reprogrammed
Right.
so you have the whole rental today for somebody.
It was just when I thought it through, I thought, no, that's not gonna work, but yeah.
That's where the keypad digits is the easiest one to maintain, not knowing the price of any of it. I mean, if it's 5 times more expensive, then yeah, okay, it's not worth it. But even if it's a little more expensive, because the ease of maintenance of all this stuff.
But it's not, because you've got to have somebody go in and change the code every time somebody rents the hall.
I think there's ways around
Yeah,
that.
the cheaper ones you have to
We
go
bought a
and
cheap-
physically
cheap
do.
home one.
Oh, no.
They have ones where it would be computerized and you can say, I need a code for this date. It'll give you a code, you give that to that person. It'll let them in that day. The next day, it won't work.
Mike does it for the school. He and, yeah, for all the schools, yeah.
Good.
Because I mean, we've tried to get Bob to change the one to the back door in the, at Bendon. He doesn't have the.
He can't remember how to do it anymore.
Directions.
Yeah,
He
lost his directions.
I like the idea of, however, a keypad system, Bob, or otherwise,
right.
do that before we rekey everything.
I agree. We should get prices on that and then we should wait to do the key policy until that is done. So we should put that one on hold.
The bids I've asked for have definitely been electronic down there. Not so much here, but I can call them back.
Yeah. And also, do we want to put in, that's the other question, do we want it to put an expensive key system into Bendon before the master plan is done? If there's a possibility we're gonna sell Bendon.
Yes.
So put a key thing in
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't imagine that it's,
anytime soon.
well, anytime soon, it can't be that expensive, and even if we put one in, we can pull that system out and, you know, use it elsewhere or sell it.
Okay. So this one just on hold.
Yeah.
So just put in this with that until we change it.
I
Do
feel
we need
like-
a valuables thing?
I feel like you do,
Oh, we do?
Yeah,
because
Okay.
if somebody gets something stolen from here and they wanna try to blame the township because
gotta be covered.
somebody, you know, Rose had something in her office, somebody went in to check their mailbox, left it open, somebody else came in and took something.
Right, okay, we did have somebody who believed that somebody from the township stole their things that they stored in here when they rented the building for more than one day. Yeah, but I tried to find, they didn't tell me for long after. I tried to watch the cameras to see if that was true, and I think,
Actually, you raise a good point. Shouldn't be just employees. Employees and renters.
yeah,
Yeah, which, I know you
Because
did,
we
I know
do
you
allow
just
people-
redid the, rental agreement, but maybe put a blurb in there that we're not responsible
if
for.
you leave your materials.
Yeah,
Did you put that in there? Okay, she can check.
It couldn't hurt to leave the safety stuff in there too, about not leaving stuff in the,
I don't think that needs to be put in there because I do believe that's fire code.
I was gonna say,
And Dayton will come along and yell at you if you do those things.
my note on here was, oh, please. I mean, just common sense.
a lot of
Wait,
people
wait.
don't have common sense.
so if there's a fire, I should get out.
But you have to
Okay,
go
okay.
check all the.
I'm just saying, it.
All the doors are locked first.
Do we have alarms?
We don't. And you know what else we don't have? We don't have a fire. Should we have a fire extinguisher in this room? By code?
No, we have it right there in the hallway.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious.
Actually, we don't have a sprinkler system either, do
No,
we? It's Interesting.
I think they were like weeks before that became code that they would have that.
Right. I think that this whole next safety or this use of township equipment, labor, and is that covered at all in the manner? Because I think like phone calls, all of us have cell phones. None of us are really
Right.
using the phone. That doesn't need, that's not.
I don't know, but we can cross off 4.6. Well, no, because we do have township vehicles, or fire stuff.
Yeah, but I'm never gonna authorize anybody other than the fire department for
True.
fire related.
Right, so that doesn't really need to be in there. And I mean, and we could put that back in some chance we ever get like a supervisor's vehicle. Some townships have that.
Yeah, I looked at one. You have enough in the general fund.
Yeah, we do. We could get you whatever kind of car you want.
What a McLaren.
Okay,
What color?
Oh, come on, Ohio.
We're about 70 million short on the general fund.
Well, we'll raise the millages.
You know what?
One,
If it's already a general election, it doesn't cost us to put anything on the ballot.
No.
I'm gonna do it.
so cross off 5-4.
Just 543 and 546.
5-4-3, 5-4-6. Okay, the rest of it we get rid of?
The rest we keep.
The rest we keep.
crossing out.
Gotcha.
Just a question. I mean, it's a minor thing, but this says the copiers to be used for township business only. Are
But then
we
we
afforded
do-
the same rights as residents? We have a cost for residents to come in and use copies. I have paid that cost too. Wasn't aware this was in here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I should, unless purchased, I mean, added,
No,
Free use. Yeah,
there you go.
the copier is used for township business only.
There you go.
All others pay it.
Well, there is a fee thing that we,
Yeah, I don't remember what it is.
All others pay.
current rates. I mean, cause I'll drive all the way down to
Good
pay a
catch.
copy cost if you want me to. For personal. And the next one could be scratched, oh, we already scratched that one.
Because the rest of this on 551 is on the rental agreement form, isn't it?
Yeah, we don't need to
Yeah.
have any of that. So this availability of the township hall. This one we've gone back and forth on the nonprofit thing. Are we charging them? Are we not charging them? We currently are not charging. We told them. The Girl Scouts, I left that with them as a temporary thing because we didn't make a for sure answer until the board approved yes or no on nonprofits.
Well, the question becomes, we cannot, as a township, we cannot make donations to
That's true.
non causes, no matter how good. So the question becomes, we can have different rates for, we can have a nonprofit rate that is really low. Even if we want to make it $1,
Correct. Or we could, we could completely enter separate agreements with those nonprofits.
So should
Well,
we just take this whole thing out then and do it on a case by case basis with the board?
Well, I think we need to have this in there. It just needs to be rewritten to fit what we actually want to do. So I'll work on rewriting something.
Okay.
And then,
what has always caught me is in 553 fees. There shall be no fee for inland township residents for any reason.
right.
So there is a lady who lives not in our township anymore, but whose family for generations upon generations has lived in this township, whose grandfather's land is where they cut the trees down to put mega boards for the inland township or Bendon Hall. And she informed me, because when she found out we rented there, she was very unhappy. Because she said, back then, 100 years ago, whenever that was built, there was talk that there would never be any charge to residents. That would always be open to residents. I don't think there's many of her age left in the community. Maybe a few, but there are people out there. That's my point. Like Nellie. Nellie is here, generations, people who were promised when the money was paid to build that there would never be any charge for residents' use.
That's true.
So if we want to uphold that, we should uphold that and have no fees. However, I think it could become a full-time job to somebody to manage the schedule there if we take those fees away. It is getting used more and more.
Well,
I'm not opposed one way or the other. I'm just,
I mean, there's an argument that can be made, I'm a taxpayer, you know, and I'm the son of a taxpayer, I'm the spouse of a taxpayer, or, you know, I might not be the direct taxpayer, but I, you know, I live in a rental property that pays taxes. Sure. I can see a strong argument to say, I help pay for this place, I get to rent it. Now, does that mean that I get to rent it every single day? You know, well, no, other people want to use it. Well, I'm gonna use it the days that those aren't. So, you know, I'm 3 out of 5 days in here. You know, that seems a little excessive. I think we could modify the residents get X number of free uses a year.
yeah, but who's gonna monitor that? And then I have another point to that. So you're right, we're taxpayers, we're paying for the building, but we're also taxpayers to pay for the county building. We'll try to get in the courtrooms at night. There's restrictions on that.
Mhm. Oh,
So-
and from a very legal standpoint, just because this is public property does not mean that you're granted public access.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
But now we're looking at inland township policy. You know, what do we want to do? I can see the strong argument to say you get to use it once a year, twice a year at no cost. You want to use it 10 times a year, 8 times you're going to pay. You know, you got free use. You know, it also opens the door to, well, you know, Ted is teaching Pilates. Ted doesn't live in inland township, but he knows me. So I rented once for him. You rented a second time for him. Dave rents it a third time. Well, wait a second. You're not really renting it. You're renting it for Ted. You know, whoever's managing the rentals, you know, is it going to be 100% foolproof? No, but you know,
Right.
keep an eye on it.
So do we make that, so then I guess that's the question. Do we want to make that decision here? Do we want to make it at the board meeting? Do we say 2 free rentals to residents? Do we say free to all residents? And a fee, and our current fees are to non-residents only, and then set up a nonprofit rate as well.
I would say X number of, you know, I don't know what the appropriate number of free rentals is for residents. One free rental.
We have a lot of residents. If everybody chose to take us up on that, we would not be able to fulfill that.
Well, then if we cross that bridge, we can change the policy. You know,
Why even go over that bridge? Let's just start. And if we need to increase, we increase.
We had a problem.
Huh?
This is in here. Have we had a problem
With-
with the scenario
it
of
currently
somebody?
says that it's free.
It currently states this is free. We have had, I've not had anybody who actually wanted to rent it, complain about it. I've just had people bring it to my attention that it was, when it was created, that it was never to be a charge, and that's what
Yeah.
residents were promised at that time.
Yeah, I'm more talking about, there's a discussion of somebody renting it 5 days a week, week on, week off. Do we limit that? Has that been an issue?
It has. And they are currently
That's a little bit
non-residents.
different than the fee.
Correct.
Talk about 2 different things.
Well, no, yes and no. They're not renting it. They're using it on a regular basis. And they join the events committee to work around the rules. So there are people who are trying to take advantage of the way we are doing it
Well,
in answer, so.
I thought you were heading in a different direction. I mean, currently it says, I'm a resident, I get to use it at no cost. We haven't been overrun with people coming in and
Because we don't let people know that. If people go to our website,
it's there.
but it's clearly also on our website that there's a fee involved and there's a rental form. And that is much more visible than this is on the website. So people don't typically see this.
Yeah, at the top of the.
And if they come in here and ask, there isn't a person here that has ever said to them, to my knowledge, Rose has never, I've never, nobody has ever said, when somebody comes in and asks, inquires about renting it, we hand them the rental form. We don't say, oh, if you're a resident, you get it free. So they are, most people, because they don't attend.
Following our policy.
No.
I think the only people that know that are those of us that have lived here forever. And we know about it. And last time my family used it was many, many years ago for a family get together, there was no fee.
There's one person, now that you say that, now that I remember, there's one person, gentleman, Rich's uncle. What's his name? I'm drawing a blank. Rich that used to own the Roundhouse.
Oh, yeah,
What's his name?
I don't know, Rich.
On my phone. His uncle owns a place next door in the church. He has, Ron is his first name. I can't think of his last name. He has inquired why there is a fee, but he inquired, but he still paid it for his grandson's graduation.
I don't know who you're talking about. I can't think of his last name either.
I'm more concerned with,
Wilkin, or,
and I'm trying to remember her name that's on the events committee now, that's got on to get around the,
Nicole and Emily.
yeah, there you go. I think there should be, if we're not gonna make it free, which is fine, there should be a nonprofit fee, a resident fee, and a non-resident.
that I'm okay with.
And, you know, because, and it's great that we are kind enough to rent it out to non-residents, because residents come to Pilates or whatever. But no matter what fee we're charging, they're getting it dirt cheap. I mean, I don't want to say ridiculous, but ridiculous. Especially for Bennett Hall, for the cost of maintenance there.
What do we do with the senior residents that know that it's supposed to be free?
If somebody inquires about it free, I think we can make that independent.
I think so too.
Wiggins is his
Because,
name.
yeah, Ron Wiggins. Yeah, because only those of us that have been here forever know that that's the way it was.
Right, but there are people like that, like Carol stated at Euchre, the one night when I was there, she stated it to everybody around us, right? So there are people who are aware of it, and so.
There's also a lot of people that aren't aware that Ben
There
Hall
are,
is there.
Right.
there are, that is true.
'Cause I've talked to plenty of people about, oh, I gotta go fix something at Ben Hall. They're like, where's that?
Yeah, that is very true. People don't know we have a fire department here too.
The one thing that took me way too long to realize is, because I always went in the back door of Bennett Hall, it says Inland Township on the front. You know, no wonder people, when you wind up there and are late for meetings or late for something here, because it says Inland Township. You know, we should change that. You know, let's spend $300 to get that repainted to say Bennett Hall.
I agree and I disagree.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because there is.
Old
there used to
site.
be the old site, and
Yes.
there is like a historical thing to some residents about that. But I do agree, there should be a clear sign there. And no, we don't need a fancy.
We could add it to the front of the building.
Over it, and there's a sign hanging underneath saying Bennett Hall.
I think even just putting Bendon Hall under Inland Township, Bendon Hall would be fine, or reworded that way. I think that you would upset some residents.
Yes.
if you took off Bendon
Yes.
Hall from there. Now, do we care? I don't know. I try not to intentionally upset people. But I do think there should be something that's clearly marking that that's Bendon, we consider that Bendon Hall more than it is,
So
because.
we can leave this like this is, but then add, like Jim says, add a fee for rental for
There should be a nonprofit rate,
nonprofit,
and it should be
a township.
a very low nonprofit, and it can't be, it has, well, okay, this is another question. Not all nonprofits are created equal. 501c3s, charitable nonprofits, where you can actually make a donation and take it off your taxes if you itemize, are very different than 501c4s or 501c6s that are non-tax paying, but, you know, maybe they're a political, you know, action committee or something. You know, should we give them the same discount rate as a charitable, you know? Do we need to explicitly say charitable nonprofits, residents, non-residents? And I would make charitable nonprofit a fraction of whatever the residential rate is.
I think you have a very strong point, because I think like, we don't know if somebody, this is not trying to pick on her in any way, but like Peggy Case asking us about putting together, talking about the political environment we're under. If she were to somehow create a nonprofit, which is really easy to do, we would have to let her hold that. And I'm not saying we shouldn't let her hold that, but we would be letting her hold that every week for somebody. You know, that's just what came to my mind. So
Right.
I think you're right. I think just not any nonprofit should be.
It should be clearly charitable nonprofit rate at a quarter of the rate of residents, a tenth of the rate, something where it becomes, I don't know, what is the typical rental charge right now? Period,
For ours?
for anything.
Oh, way more than ours.
No, I mean, what is ours?
Ours is only $25 for Bendon and 10 per year, which is crazy.
It's 30 for here on the weekends and $10 for the weekdays.
God, it used to be 50. 5 years ago, when I called a meeting here and actually raised the issue that why am I being charged? Because it says no.
Did you do that?
Rose charged me $50.
She didn't like you because this policy has been
Well,
around
didn't
for
you get the
years.
50 back if you clean up the
It took me 3 months to get it.
Oh, that's the deposit. Everybody pays a $50 deposit.
Yeah,
whether
$50 deposit, and then
Plus
you
a
have
fee.
a rental fee per day.
It took me a while to get my $50 back.
Because we've taken over rentals, that's no longer the case.
But let's just say it's $30 for residents, which make it 50 on the weekend or whatever. It's $30 for residents, $3 for charitable nonprofit. We prefer to just give it, but by law we can't.
Right.
So make it so it's like, well, I'm sorry, it's $3 for charitable nonprofits.
Or equal value in cookies.
Yeah.
They're $6 a box.
And I make it, half again as much for non-residents, so if it's 30,
So,
it's, and I'm just spitballing here, but $3 for charitable nonprofits, $30 for residents, $45 for non-residents.
So I just have a slight question regarding this and whatever your decisions are. So if we state these specifications in our policies, do we have to put, like, for the nonprofit thing? If we didn't have to put that on the form, I would like to not put that on the form. I would like that to be, because it's not a common thing, number one. But if it's in our policies, then if somebody calls and says, I'm a nonprofit, we can read this
And
to
then are
them.
you gonna say, okay, you're nonprofit, bring me in your nonprofit proof?
Yeah.
Right.
How are we going to?
Yes.
So we could say that, but that's where I'm saying that maybe I don't know if it's legal to just put that in our policy thing, but not on our rental form.
Yes.
That's how I would like
And
to
I
do
would,
that.
I would just do separate rental forms. You'd have a charitable nonprofit rental form, a citizen rental form, a non-citizen rental form.
Okay,
And then that way, the other people don't even have to see what other people are.
okay.
There you go.
I don't, is there, so just for ease of us and for copies in the hallway and that sort of thing, I don't have any problem unless you have a problem with the resident and non-resident being on the same form. That's just an additional line. The nonprofit thing, I would like to be on its own form.
Yeah, that's fine, because you can ask for their
You can
tax ID
circle
number too
whatever.
on there.
Their address, and we can verify that if it's a question of residents or non. Most people tell us the truth. We get phone calls and people ask, I'm in Green Lake, am I allowed to rent from you?
Because Green Lake is 151.
Yeah, we are the cheapest of anywhere in around here.
But that's what I'm saying, Elmira, their nonprofit events, like a community event or funerals are $50. Family functions like bridal showers, baby showers, family gathering, birthday parties are $50. Other events for nonprofits, other events for profit events like dances, fundraisers are $100. Weddings are $500.
But
And then they
in,
charge so much for letters for sign. But
but they did just totally remodel their facilities to make them
But-
modern, up to date. I have had people call and ask to see ours in advance before they agree to rent it, and then they're like, I'll pay the extra money to go somewhere nicer. There are, and then there are other people who are
We're
like, this
getting a
is
new
great.
stove.
Right.
I mean,
I'm just saying, I'm not one of them. I would host a baby shower there. I'm just saying there are people who are like, this is not what I had in mind.
So do we want to put an amount with the different groupings that we're thinking about?
I don't think we need to put it in the policy of the amounts.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree, because that can change.
It'll,
but just leave it for
last.
Right. Yeah, we just, yeah, okay, so moving on.
So you're leaving 553 as is, basically.
I think that for any reason should be taken off of there. I don't see any reason for that to be added on a sentence, because I think that they're, because you're, yeah,
What, 554?
553, just that, just while we're waiting for. Says there shall be no fee for inland township residents for any reason. I think we don't need that for any reason on there.
Oh, just for any reason. Gotcha.
And you all are gonna come up with a new fee schedule
Mhm.
as far as residents get 1 time or 10 times or 500 times.
I'd leave the residents thing off and let them bring it up as a. I thought that's where we left it.
Okay,
I don't know.
it's no secret that I have it every Tuesday night.
I guess I'm asking, what was the question?
The free use, there shall be no fee for inland township residents.
But we just, right, I thought we just agreed that we were gonna do it one free time a year.
But then how is the person maintaining the rentals going to keep track of all that?
Well, because there's a couple ways. I mean, it's a pain in the butt for us, and also maybe that should be a paid position, so that pain in the butt is worth your time. Right? I mean, we could have a spreadsheet that when somebody rents, we write, right, so when somebody rents, you have their name, so you check, see if that, and we could clarify that, so there shall be one free rental per year for township resident families. So that gets around the, I'm gonna rent it, Mike's gonna rent it, my daughter's gonna rent it, my son's gonna rent it. So one Zelinski, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna throw in another curve.
Oh, God.
Is that for calendar year? So I get it free on December 31st, and I get it free on January 1st.
Yes, what do you want, one lifetime free rental?
No, I'm just asking.
I don't have a problem with calendar year.
You said once per year, and I'm just trying to clarify if I had to wait until January 31st again. Or December 30th.
You know, that's too much detail to keep track of. I'm totally good with one calendar year per resident household. So that would be per resident address. There you go. That's a good way to do it.
Even better.
Right. So now my daughter does get a free rental. He gets one
Time per year.
rental per year.
For $100, I'll sell you my free rental. Public information. What number are we on?
I don't know.
That was all good. Whoa,
Where are we?
61, 60.
Wow.
611. Do we really need to state phone calls to the township shall be answered inland township? May I help you?
That's not how I do it.
Did you not read this? I say good morning first usually. Yeah, I think all of this. I think this whole citizen or complaints and problems can be also done, because when people come in and complain, I personally listen to them, and if it is a complaint regarding assessor, I direct them to them. If it's a complaint regarding something in the township, like trespassing, I refer, it's pretty common sense to direct, where to direct them.
So we're striking 612?
I think so.
Okay. I thought those were instructions of how people were supposed to complain.
Public information officer.
That's you.
Well, it's sort of, as a super. Remember when Katie asked us if we had a public information, and both of us answered no? Sites.
Oh. Yeah, well, I wasn't taking that shit.
Well,
We're taking care of the public notices, correct? With Manor. Or was that with our own, where we were talking about department heads giving info? No,
Right.
that was Manor because that was before Wilson.
Yeah, but it's still, or no, meeting notices we covered.
Public notices, we didn't.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what did you say? What didn't we cover?
Public notices,
Yeah.
632.
Aren't those also part of the statutory of the open meetings, the public notices, the things that have to be in the public?
Yep.
So I don't, do we need that?
I thought that was under our new policy.
Yeah.
Didn't we discuss that?
One of those things, is it worth leaving it on just for whenever we have a new board member, new clerk, new.
Yeah, I think leave it in there just because,
The public notices?
yeah.
So so this public information officer, sorry to go back to 6.2, because I don't think we're gonna cover it anywhere going forward. But when we talked to Katie and like when I made the postcard for the cleanup day,
Mhm.
I sent it to you for your approval.
Mhm.
So this doesn't cover technically something along those lines.
No,
So
is
this
talking
should,
about Talking to the TV stations and.
well, I understand what this is saying, but I'm questioning whether that should also be under here, that all things sent out as the board be approved by the supervisor. Whatever Katie recommended, our county administrator. I don't know how you would word that, because like, I'm not gonna send you a letter I write to somebody about them receiving a tax,
Right.
unless you wanted a tax refund. Unless you want to approve that.
Public information.
True. That would be the difference in there, public information.
CD, floppy disks.
So 6.4, we're leaving that, gonna bring that up with MTA or lawyer about the freedom of information.
Say it again?
6.4, we're gonna be talking to MTA. Or if necessary, our attorney to find out.
The Freedom of Information Act and
Yeah.
stuff. And if nothing else, to get at least an updated policy, because
Right.
if anyone is asking us for floppy disks,
We have. I have some in my
can you put
office.
it, do you have anything to put it on? Anything on there?
Ooh, I probably do. I don't know. I don't know that I do.
Yeah, there is no
Incoming
floppy
mail,
disk
we
anymore.
wanna add that it goes from the mailbox to the office.
Goes directly to the office building.
What are we still on 564?
Can be.
The second paragraph, the last sentence. An unreasonably high cost shall exist when the estimated time to perform this task shall exceed 15 minutes and the hourly rate shall be charged in the nearest minute. I have trouble with that just because of some latent inefficiencies in the way we've stored our information. I mean, if you wanted to go look up property records for somebody, I mean, how long has Mike taken to organize stuff? As we're into days now.
Yeah, and we're not done.
And it's not the citizens' fault that our records are so screwed up. So
Well-
that sentence just kind of rubs me the wrong way.
Right.
With that being said, does this entire, because the FOIA laws and the FOIA forms that are required by law to be sent out to people cover almost all of this information in there. Doesn't even need to be in our policy.
I think we need to have a FOIA policy, but I think we need something way more updated than this.
Mhm.
And I think just getting with MTA, I'm sure they have a recommended one. I like that.
This is like. Okay.
6.5.
Yep, and
We
we're just
covered
gonna
that.
add the directly to the office.
Yeah. Oh, and mail.
Is there any time that the mail that gets here should leave here? If it's not been received and stamped?
No,
Well, if
Yes.
it's- Yeah, if you're getting.
Our assessor gets mail here and he always removes it from our building. I don't know that that's how it should be done because records that he is maintaining are required by us to permanently retain. So maybe they should always be retained here, not in his office.
You can take copies.
Well, I agree. I don't know. And
well,
but
but
that's-
it's still received here.
Mhm. Stamped
And
and
then you put
received.
in his mailbox.
Right, he was just asking if it ever leaves here once that's done.
Oh,
Yeah, and I get things from MTA saying, you know, trustee meeting, whatever. I'm not gonna leave that here at the
Well,
office.
that falls under a different category of retention schedules, so, or that's really more or less a flyer.
Yeah, but it's still incoming mail and it's always stamped on there as to when it came in. But I take it out.
Right.
And I was thinking more of, and anything that is retention.
Right.
yeah, any type of actual township business stuff.
But this says too, that the clerk is the only one, so like when Teresa or I come in.
I gotta check that, cause
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there is a law that the clerk is supposed to be the one that checks all mail. There is a stipulation, I believe, that, if it's addressed, like tax purposes directly to the treasurer, she doesn't have to open that.
Right, but even, so Wednesday and Thursday, you or I come in and there's stuff in the mail that is addressed to the fire department or the supervisor or the planning or zoning.
I do believe the law,
required to put it into the clerk's box. so it's
I
gonna
think
sit
we
there
are.
until Monday,
Yep,
and then the zoning person isn't gonna get that until a week later. I think that that's.
I think we have to
not
check on the
running
law
your-
on that.
Your township very efficiently.
I will reconfirm that. But
But
I think it is a law.
I think it is too.
Then,
Now, we can't stop per se because there's no thing here, like, we can't tell this, I mean, we can't stop the fire chief or the zoning administrator from checking the clerk's box and pulling out their own mail. I mean, I'm not suggesting that we tell them to do that either. I'm just saying that I do believe that's a law and I think we have to confirm that before we take that out of there. I don't know, it could be one of those laws that also state unless that the clerk can, you know, authorize other people to do that. So that should be in writing if that is the case. That she authorizes us to check the mail.
A lot of buildings, they'll have a block of mailboxes.
Yeah, but there's still something about all township board things have to go through the clerk, so even if we got a separate box, we could still take it to the
like you said,
clerk.
if it's addressed to the treasurer.
I think there's a loophole for that, or,
For treasurer.
and I don't know if that's also that the clerk has authorized that loophole verbally. I think we need to clarify those laws. Because I'm with you, it doesn't seem
Well, I
very
mean,
efficient.
it makes no sense for me to even try to stop and get the mail because.
Right,
I don't
exactly.
want to jeopardize my life doing that anymore. That is.
I agree.
Well, I have that meeting come up too. Me
With
and-
the post
Yeah,
office?
me and Green Lake supervisor are gonna meet with the postmaster about when this road gets expanded, we can't have all the mailboxes on each other. They need to be split.
Did you schedule it with the Interlochen office? Okay, because I went and met with them already, the people too, and got nowhere with their request. Even, and the funny thing is, I mean, it's not funny. It's very not funny. But Ron Clark went and had, a week prior to him being hit out there, had a meeting with the post office
Mhm.
regarding the same thing.
Mhm.
And they still don't care.
Yeah.
And to me, that seems like a lawsuit. I would be contacting an attorney to check in
She
on
now
that.
has her post office box.
Mhm.
Lakey.
And
All right, is there anything in outgoing now? Confidential information,
oh, this might cover what we talked about already.
I don't have anything until 684.
What number did you say?
684.
684. I mean, I think a lot of the whole internet policy is absolutely, but hacking, really? We're gonna talk about hacking? It's a felony, yeah, well, it's a felony. We don't need to reiterate this felony.
Where do you see hacking? 684?
684. Confidentiality, personal information, data processing, legal and sharing.
Way more.
Not there.
I think if we kept 2 and 3 and got rid of the rest, we would be covering it all we need to cover.
Oh,
Oh,
confidentiality. Yeah,
682.
Oh.
You're saying?
What do you, and
yeah, so I didn't
Use
get
and
any of that.
monitoring.
Mhm.
It's fine by me.
because we're only using it for professional purposes and we can be monitored, and that's letting people know. I don't think any of the rest is necessary.
Okay, where are you guys talking? Because you was showing me where it's hacking, because I couldn't find it.
681 is out, 682, 3 are in, and the rest is out. 684 is a bunch of silliness.
We're gonna tell people what the internet is.
So 5 through 9 is all out.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
7 Public Works, 711. Actually, by statute, the planning commission should be responsible for the development
Mm-hmm.
and updating of the township capital improvement plan.
Yep, now it is.
It always has been. We've just not followed
Always has
it.
been. It's the law.
For a while, there was no planning commission. That's why I say.
There's never not been a planning commission. It was run by the county first, then it was joint, and then it was ours. But there's always been one that we've been under.
Yeah, but never mind.
The commission's responsibility
Yeah,
to
I'm
own
saying.
the capital improvement plan. No scope and content is fine, blah, blah, blah.
Do you want the at least 2 months prior to the operating budget part in there?
Actually, it's covered because in order to have a public hearing, the master plan has to go to, and it's like a dozen now, different, our neighboring townships, other, the county, so forth. There's a 63-day waiting period from the time they get our proposed master plan to the time that we can have a public hearing. So we're covered.
Okay.
And that's statutory.
Okay.
I like the management of public works projects.
Yeah.
Yeah, really? Okay, I don't care. I mean, leave that in there because who knows what kind of grant we might get.
Right.
And that takes me to 727, closing out of a project, and that's the last I have.
That's 727.
Yeah. I don't have any more.
Yay.
We're missing the 4 appendices that
Are-
probably
yeah.
come along with this.
Are you saying that we keep that in there, that we, or were you saying that needs changes?
No, I just leave that in there, once we get a master plan, the fact that we have this inner policy will be helpful if we ever go to get a.
Okay. I'm good with keeping that. Yay, we're done.
The only thing we have is the draft sick use policy. Dr. Swift gave us.
Oh, that's because it's a new thing, yeah.
Gets us out of the, or in
Somebody-
compliance with the.
Somebody need a copy, I brought.
I would like a copy if you have an extra. Yep.
I don't have a problem with the draft sick policy. Because if that's what they're suggesting,
Oh, we talked about this
that
already.
works. The accounts payable,
We already took manners. I don't know.
we,
We were gonna change the.
Wasn't there something in here? Yeah.
policy.
Yeah, even Dayton agreed that the out-of-pocket expenses incurred by the employee to secure such documentation shall be reimbursed by the township. That implies that if we ask them for a doctor's notice, we will pay for that doctor's visit. He thought so too.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that,
How are we gonna ask for a sick note from that?
well, that,
I think it's part of the new legislation.
that has to be in there?
Yeah, I think you
We
have.
have to pay for a
I
doctor?
believe it's part of the new legislation.
Wow.
So we-
it's documentation, it's not for the visit. It's, here's documentation that you went to a doctor, you know. Not the MRI.
Right, but I think it's saying that
Well, it
if
goes
they
on
were
to
sick
talk
for
about.
3 days and we want a doctor's note, but they didn't go to the doctor for those 3 days, for them to get us a doctor note, they need to make a doctor.
And we are now offering to pay for that.
Yeah,
No.
yes, we are. If we're requiring it, we have to pay for it.
If we're requiring it, we have to pay for it.
Right. Yeah,
And again, you might want to just double check the legislation.
Yeah.
I believe
I would
that's,
double check
that's
that.
the law.
Yeah.
Show me the documentation that you bought a car. Here's the bill of sale. That's the documentation. It's not, the, you know,
Right.
1.2 million for his McLaren, used, actually used one.
Real used.
Well, they're different.
Yeah, I gotta be able to make it happen.
Don't we need a treasurer's card for them to drive to the bank and you don't have to pay a mileage?
There's an old Volkswagen Bug,
You could get a moped.
electric bike.
And then we'll change the policy back that you both have to go.
Yeah. Thanks, Dave. All right, so we're gonna check into this line.
Wednesday is treasurer's tomorrow.
What's that? No, you have to resign at a board meeting.
Oh. Duly noted.
12:01
Yeah,
a.m.
the agenda.
Oh, hush. It's not allowed.
All right, I think, entertain a motion to adjourn.
Motion that we adjourn.
And I'll count one of those in a second. All in favor? Discussion.
I just have one small thing. I'm sorry. I had made notes. And maybe it's board thing, and maybe we don't even need this. So the way to scan invoices, and we don't currently have, and they recommend that we have a small scanner connected directly to the computer to scan them in. So if we're gonna start this process, I think, as quickly as we can,
Is it our $500?
it should be.
Okay.
So we can just do it,
I
right?
will
Okay.
just do it.
So never mind, I don't need to.
Swing by Best Back.
There you go.
Hobby Lobby.
Aye.
Well, we're going to Hobby Lobby, I got a list.
I just need to take a break.
I need a couple things from Hobby Lobby. I need a,
Remembered mothers?
Yeah.
the kids don't let you forget them.
has to.
Right, the schools always do something for them, so you got a lot of them kids in school.
Well, my wife's been complaining about it for years now because the bishop is coming to our church on Mother's Day. She doesn't like the bishop, so don't get to go to our church on Mother's Day. We gotta find somewhere else.
Really?
Yeah.
Empire, that's where we go.
Does Empire have a Catholic church?
Good meeting one.
I didn't know that.
Have a good weekend, Mary.
See everybody on Monday.
Bye, Mary.
Bye, Mary. What's that? You're gonna resign on Monday? Is that what you said? You can't do that. You will do no such thing.
I don't know.
And,
I don't know.
no, you're not.